We just start off with today's session then, because we got some catching up to do for everybody to remember what happened last time, and as well as to tell AJ how things went. Yeah, who wants to go through what happened? It was a fight, but some other stuff happened as well, some potentially important details here and there.
Mm-hmm. I'll take a crack at it. So we ventured forward, and from the darkness, many skeletons arose from the bone zone, I think was the name. Right? Shambled forward, we cut through some minions. Raynar did his best lightning rod impersonation. We also decided to line up in a nice, convenient straight line for a couple of lightning bolts. That was fun. Took a lot of damage from that. And we were kind of poking around trying to figure out what the actual threat was, because all the little stuff was kind of pouring in. I think at one point somebody conjured or summoned a spirit that took a fire breath right in the face and died in one hit from shadows. We couldn't see it. So we had some clues, there's something out there. I think Mervyn was at that point wall climbing, sort of skittering around the edges of the battlefield. We were inspecting pillars, looking like what's going on. During all this, a skeleton wearing the twin of Raynard's wedding ring attacked him. He had a moment of, oh shit, a moment of panic, of breakdown, emotional trauma, all that good stuff. He realized that his wife's skeleton had attacked him. His armor activated, blew the skeleton to pieces. He saved the forearm and the ring, and then went into kind of a berserker rage for the rest of the fight. Right about then, we figured out where this enemy was, and it turned out, I'm not even sure what the actual enemy was. It was a dragon. Sort of had some lich properties, but it seemed like it was a red dragon, even though it was black. It was breathing fire, and it took basically everything we had to take it out. There was a lot of gravity damage falling off of its back. There was a lot of sunbeams, and I don't even remember all the damage we did to it. But we finally killed it, and in that moment, I think as soon as it died, Fred wakes up. Is that right?
No, he woke up after I went and touched him, right?
Yeah, Mervyn went close to Fred and then he woke up.
And all right, there's the smoking ruin of a dragon corpse in front of us. We're both quite low health. And that's it.
There was something weird going on with your dragon mark, and when I went close to you, there was like glowing energy coming off of you that went into me, and then I passed out for a second, and then I came to, and I feel fine. And you also feel fine.
It's probably relevant also to note that the energy that was coming out of Fred's dragon mark was pointing towards this dragon.
Yeah, for the whole fight.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you were passed out. And
that's
then, of
pretty
course,
much it.
your elemental turned on us
Oh, yes.
immediately after you passed.
That was fun. To be fair, the elemental was very interested in pounding Fred to pieces.
Oh yeah, immediately target you because you were closest.
Yeah. Although
Is that why I'm on 17 health?
yes.
Yeah,
It-
that's pretty much why.
Well, it did not actually. Frid was not the closest, but I guess you never really picked up on it. But I can reveal to you that the fact why the elemental didn't go towards the closest enemy, which was one of the random skeletons, was that Pyros was there, and so it had it kind of was it kind of had the condition of being afraid of Pyros, so it had to kind of go around and find the next closest target, which was Frid, unfortunately. So it had to go over and start stabbing Frid. But
Yes, poor Tom.
yeah, but who cares? But yeah, it was a big fight, and I was worried there towards the end, actually, on how you would manage it, but you successfully barely made it through, which is quite perfect. Although, admittedly, this is one of the. From my point of view, I really liked how this fight ended up working, because it was very rubber bandable in the sense that I could increase the difficulty or decrease it. Though the way because Frid was down, you didn't have Frid. I had to scale it down a little bit, and you may have noted that the dragons actually what HJ you probably didn't get was that the dragon's like special power was the fact that when it was in darkness, it was invisible, even for people with dark vision. So really the way I played the dragon was a little unoptimal. I could have just had, the optimal way would have been for it to, do hit and run tactics from the darkness, so you had no idea where it was, but I had to kind of scale that down so you had a chance to survive.
Yeah, I think if that was the case, I guess we could have did I try Fairy Fire more than once, or just the one
You
time?
tried once.
I tried
One
once,
time.
I'm pretty sure that ain't no legendary resistance, but we don't know.
Yeah, it also had like legendary resistances and everything, so it.
Yeah, it would have spent. It
Yeah,
definitely would have spent it on that. Yeah.
It would have been able to avoid a lot of that. And of course,
So I mean,
huge
what
saving
made you worry?
throws.
Was it Reynard dropping into death saves twice, or
Oh, substantially more than twice.
Every
It was
time
more
he
than-
attacked.
Yeah, it was probably
Every
7 or 8
So, like-
times. And if you tally the total damage done to me over the course of the fight, I think gravity was the #1 damage dealer. I kept misty stepping onto the dragon's back, hitting
Yeah,
it onto
because
flapping
the
it
dragon
off
would
and
like
with
go
its
up
wings, and
out
I
of
would just sailing
Reynard's
across
reach,
the room and crunch.
so he had to. So he.
Yeah, Misty step on
Every
top of
single
it,
spell
attack it,
slot.
fall off. Repeat.
Anyways,
Works.
so where we are right now, first of all, Reynard, you are still like hopped up and like an overwhelming thing in your mind is, vengeance right now.
Mhm.
You're still like looking for a fight in your head. And indeed, Frid, you are currently lying on the ground in these bones, and basically you woke up to seeing your allies around you, but also them kind of going around Mervyn, because Mervyn was at that point down, but got quickly up and was like, I'm fine. And And let me actually check on one thing. So the dragon, its body disappeared. All was left was a skull. And I recall somebody wanted to actually take that skull. Was it right?
If a dragon disappears and all that's left is a skull, surely we all want a skull.
I mean, that sounds like something KJ would say.
Yeah, I want to say it was.
I don't.
I know we did definitely say something about taking the skull, but I don't recall who. or why.
Before we were all silent, my first thought was, "Oh, KJ said that." I don't remember it, but KJ said that he wanted to take the skull.
But yeah, I mean, it's a huge skull, so it's going to be quite cumbersome to carry around. But I guess you can take it if you want. But
No,
yeah,
we'll,
so
break off the horn if we can, if he really wants it that bad.
Ruin the skull. Just let KJ carry it the whole time.
That's why he's not here. Just
Celery would not be able to carry that thing.
The draconic spirit can then, right?
The draconic spirit is leaving. Celery decides to send it away, as well as decides to stop focusing on the starlight spell. For convenience sake. But yeah, that's kind of where we start off. And I don't remember if I said this, or if I just thought that I need to say this next. But one more thing happened. I think I did say this. So
Sure.
in the northern part of the room you're in, another set of stairs opened up, leading upwards.
Leaning upwards. Okay.
Yeah. So,
Right.
same way as you came in, another set of like these strange, like invisible dwarven stairs
Right.
came down.
Should also note that technically there were a couple those lightning worm things were unaccounted for.
Yeah, they are.
They're off the other side of the chamber of darkness.
I vote we don't dilly-dally and drink all the potions we have to get as high as we can, and then head up the stairs.
That's a good point. How much does a 1d7, d4 plus 7? Yeah, that's not much.
Dupe reminded us last session that on Frid's person is a potion that we stole from Wolchentrich's tower that does a full heal. And I suggested that we give that to Reynard because he has the largest deficit.
Yeah.
On Frid's person is a lot of healing potions.
Yeah.
we have greater healings in the cart. We have 4 greater potions of healing in the cart. I can do a.
I also have greater healing word.
Okay.
Mass cure wounds even. I know what the spells are called.
Right. You haven't spent any spells.
I've spent some. Like
okay. Elemental.
Yeah, I'm down a 7th level, a 5th.
I think I'm gonna spend a spell slot to send Todd, to put Todd on the track to coming back up, and then he'll follow us if he can. I'm afraid this staircase will disappear behind us, but he comes back with all his hit points. Like I'm gonna bet on that. So
yep.
I'm gonna do what level?
Yeah, also concerned about if we are gonna rest, which I think is probably at least Lauren's discussion, but I think we should do it on the other side of the staircase.
Yeah, I would definitely recommend not spending an hour in this room.
No.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. All right, well, let's go ahead then.
So are you drinking any potions? Anyone?
Yes, I will drink greater healing.
Yeah, I think I'll take one of those as well.
Yeah, dole them out because I don't know exactly what we have, but just let me know what I need to do.
You can roll for your
Yeah.
heals.
I have to look up how much. Oh, it's 4d4 plus 4.
Okay.
44 plus 4.
Well, that's for the greater heals.
4d4.
Yeah, unless anyone objects, I think that Raynor should just get the full heal one.
I feel
Yeah.
like we save that for in the middle of a battle.
No,
I kinda
he's at 5. I think he should
I
get
am,
it.
but I actually kind of agree. I think that's
Because
that's the sort
I
of
can
thing
use
that
mass
we're trying to
cure
highlight,
wounds
right?
twice. We save our potions. That's then 68 healing.
No, we've been saving our potions the entire camp. We've had them so long. Let's just drink them.
Sure.
Save
Pushing
all
a
the
full heal, I
potions.
feel like could be huge during a fight. I don't really want to use that for resting, but other potions, sure. So what are we? Do we have enough greater potions to? I guess everyone else is doing that.
There's 4 of them, but Mervyn, who was barely damaged, just chugged one, so there's not enough for all the most damaged people.
Okay, I'm gonna take one. And then what is the incoming healing from the spells?
Is Fred gonna do any healing?
What is everyone ending up on? Because I really
92.
can't.
Very low.
30.
See, now it kind of feels like a waste. But hey,
I can do what levels or of vitality? I mean, I can. I can do aura. I can do aura of vitality. We'll have to spend a minute here, but I can. Oh, actually, does it move with me? It moves with me. Okay, so as we're moving, as long as we move kind of slowly, so it takes a minute, I can spam aura of vitality on who needs it.
Okay.
It's 2d6 per bonus action.
Is it to one person?
It is to one
Yeah.
person.
Okay.
2d6 to one person, and I get to do it 10 times.
I mean, it's going to take us a minute just across the room with all the
Yeah.
difficult terrain and all that kind of stuff.
Exactly,
So, and
yeah.
Todd's kind of reanimating, so that seems reasonable.
Yeah.
Definitely still on our guard, and I think just from like a role play standpoint, Reynard's hand is still clutching the forearm of the skeleton that he blasted to pieces, and still very much kind of seeing red.
Yeah, and I mean,
not really fully there, just kind of like as we all kind of get together, get on our feet. I am going to approach some of the skeletons, like some of the corpses in front of us, the dead minions and such, and just kind of poke at them a little bit, almost like seeing double. I can imagine seeing, memories of who these people might have been, whether it's true or not. I think it would be in Reynard's memory.
So
yeah, that's what I'm doing. So we're ready to move.
Yeah, but so currently you have 4 party members who are below 25% of their health. So a strong breeze will kill your party.
I really think Reynard should drink the full heal.
Or you can use some healing spells.
Well, I was going to use the healing spells too, but even
would have
with them,
been better to use healing spells from the beginning and not use any of our potions. I think, like numbers wise, but it's done now.
No. Healing spells also isn't gonna give every party member like 70 plus. It's I can't. The full heal is so helpful.
Yeah, give Reynard the potion.
I mean, again, I don't know. That really feels like a very, very powerful thing that should be saved for turning the tide of the battle rather than recovery. Because recovery could just be a matter of time. We're not really we're under perceived time pressure, but it's not like
We
You know what I
haven't
mean?
faced 60 off yet.
It seems
That's
like
my
so
point.
far we are dealing with either too good to use syndrome or just completely forgetting it exists, though.
Sure.
We haven't faced the main baddie yet of this dungeon.
Well, no reason to save it, in my opinion.
But it's an
It-
action
it
to use
seems-
during battle, and then it's like
To gain
someone
all
has
your
to
health
get
back
to you.
at once.
There's no. Yes, I understand. There's no. I don't see any point in being like, oh yeah, I'll wait until he does 18 damage to me, and then I'll use my precious action, or someone has to use their precious action to get you back up.
You have spent enough time
I-
arguing about healing each other that Todd is back up.
Yay, Todd!
well, do we have an aura vitality running?
Nope.
No, not yet.
Do
I
we
haven't.
do that?
It depends on if anyone decides to drink the potion, how I deal them out will change.
No, I don't think we do. Well, so I'll say this. I do think whether we do is predicated on whether we're intending to take a rest before we go much further.
I don't think we can risk.
Okay,
Cool.
we're going back and forth too much. I'm just going to cast a 5th level mass cure wounds to get stuff started.
Okay.
Because there's enough of us who
I'm going to
need
do
help.
aura vitality regardless.
So everyone can add 23.
Oh wow.
A little bit.
Fred, you changed yours to 23 instead of adding it.
Yeah.
All right.
Then for
We'll
me
start-
personally, I'm going to use 4 uses of healing word on myself.
All right, so I think for the sake of crossing the room, I think we spread out kind of in a horizontal line to avoid likely vectors of lightning bolt attacks.
Mhm.
And just kind of advance as a group while trying to stay within reach of the aura vitality, which I think is 30 feet, right?
It's 30 feet, yes.
Yeah, so we
All right. We'll start moving.
form a line of battle and move across the room.
And then let's see. So there's 4 people, and I have 20 to give out. So everyone will. Oh no, I can't do 5.
I'm going to do another mass healing word.
Sorry, let me just do the math on the aura of vitality.
I'm actually going to do that at 6th level.
Duke, we're not actually like in initiative order or anything like that right now, right? Like in terms of moving across the room, we can just kind of form a line and advance together.
Yes, and you don't need to move your tokens around.
Okay.
good.
Everyone can add 27 health.
Thank you. I reached my max. Wait, hang on. That's more than I can have.
That will at least protect us from a sneeze.
Or a lightning sneeze. That's what I'm worried about.
All right. Let's start with 4d6 for everyone. All right.
That's for everyone.
That's everyone but me. And then 2 people are going to get another 2d6. So let's do Celery and
I'm at 80 at
Reynard.
124 right now.
Okay. Yeah. no. Celery can still get hit. So let's do 2. Okay, so this next 2d6 is for Reynard and Celery. Okay, great. So Reynard and Celery both get 10 more.
I guess we can save that while
Very
we're.
good.
Actually,
What? Have I done the math correctly?
no, but Kate, you'll have to roll those separately.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry.
You can't just say both get
You're right.
that one,
yeah, you're right.
and everybody gets that.
So am I going to do the whole thing again?
Well, I mean, if you're giving 4 times 4d6, then you need to roll 4 times 4d6.
Okay.
If they are to different recipients.
Yes, sorry. Okay, so forget the numbers. I'm so sorry, guys.
I
I guess
did
this
it.
can be while we're walking towards the stairs.
Yeah. We'll go in alphabetical order. So Celery's getting 6 d6 total.
So you've already rolled once for one person. So
You're right. I'm sorry.
so that would be Reynard then. Has the 12 plus
I'll just
10.
take that. Yeah, that's 90.
Okay. So Reynard has the 22. Celery gets 20. We'll do Frid next. Frid gets 4d6. Frid got 10 instead of 12 from my first roll. And then Pyros gets the exact same. Nothing changes.
All right. And yeah, Reynard you are still under the effects of the spell haste, or similar effects to the spell haste. But that's not really going to help you when you're moving in a group. Except that maybe everybody notices that Reynard's like running ahead, and you're like, wait for us.
Or he's also taking the dodge action each turn.
Yeah.
No, like I said, kind of poking at the corpses of things, looking around with kind of seeing red, a distant look in his eyes. I mean, you don't know me terribly well yet, but I would say definitely not normal. Kind of jittery, like I drank way too much caffeine.
Mm-hmm. So you are heading to the stairs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you just go up them?
Well, do we successfully cross the chamber? Because I think we're very much on guard for those lightning thingies.
Yes, that's why I'm asking if you just go up them, because you have crossed the area.
Yeah, got it.
Nobody's attacked
well,
you or
what do we
anything.
see as we kind of reach the base of the stairs?
You can see it's similar looking to where you came from. Some sort of stony corridor up there.
No more bones.
No, and no light either. But you have your own lights. Oh yeah, and Frid's light spell that you cast actually the session before. That actually that was very, very useful for defeating the dragon. The random bone that you threw out.
Yeah.
Not to brag, but Fred's something of a genius.
All right. So right now, I think we want to just kind of get off like the stair mechanism, whatever it is that it can ascend and descend. I thought at least just to get off.
Let's go up
nice solid ground, and then take in and kind of assess our surroundings.
Mm-hmm. Well, as you make your way up there, up the stairs, predictably the stairs themselves start going up and closing in on themselves. You have ended up in basically it seems very much like the mirror image of where you were before. So now behind you, where the stairs closed up, you have a dead end. and you seem to be in this rectangular corridor of stone and nothing. Ahead of you is you can't see far enough ahead to see what's out there, but you can tell that it opens up ahead of you, though, into some sort of room. You see no light out there.
I'm going to cast light on my loot again, because currently the last use of light is on a bone somewhere in the room.
Sure, you are lit, but still, your light doesn't reach far enough.
And I'm going to say we go forward.
Just because I just looked at the duration, I'm going to see that I dropped concentration on the Investiture of Flame at some point there, because I would have still been bright, but then also if I was within 5 feet of anyone, they would have been burning. So I'm going to say that I dropped concentration on that.
Sure. Yeah, so do you all proceed?
Yeah.
So you walk up to this fairly small room. Again, for the most part, in the room that you can see, there's no doors leading anywhere. But basically, ahead of you is an opening that seems to be leading to yet another room, and most noticeably, in front of this, like it's a doorway without a door, and beside this this doorway stands a skeleton, which seems like it's
A butler.
Sure. I was going to say on a power level of skeletons you fought, it seems like it's above those super minions, but below the giant skeletons. So it seems like you could probably beat the skeleton up in like 2 seconds. But the skeleton doesn't seem to be hostile towards you. In fact, it looks like it seems to be like expecting you, and it seems to be kind of motioning for you to go ahead inside the next room.
Sorry, I thought you said that there was a door without a door.
It's like an opening.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
I see.
A doorway.
I thought
Yeah.
it was thinking like a doorway, but it was bricked out. Okay, but it's actually open. Okay.
Yeah, it's
well,
open, so you can go.
Given my current mental state, if one of you wants to hold me back, that's fine. I will respond to being held back, but otherwise I'm going to kill this thing.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Nobody opposes.
Yeah, I'm just going to kill it.
It's just why don't you do an attack roll? An actual attack roll.
Using Great Weapon Master. So 25.
Mm-hmm.
So 19.
19 damage.
Well, that wouldn't actually quite kill the skeleton, but it would pretty much smash half of it to pieces. And if you want to follow up with another attack, that would absolutely destroy it.
I very much do.
Question for above the table: have we all taken Arcanium?
I have.
I know I have.
Mm-hmm.
I think so. I did. I'm not positive, but I definitely have because I have a -1.
I do not. Celery did not. I am pretty sure. The ones who did was Frid and Mervyn.
Yeah, Pyrus definitely did not, but at this point I don't have any spell slots, so it doesn't really matter.
Stats. So.
Okay. I'm going to hack the skeleton's corpse one more time. Just for...
The skeleton is extra destroyed.
Okay.
So
Then I'll just continue on into the next room without even really kind of reflecting on it. It just needed to die. It's a servant of my enemy.
yeah. So in the next room, you immediately notice something strange, because this room, it opens up into some sort of hall, except that you can tell that like maybe 30, 40 feet ahead of you, all of a sudden there's like nothing, you can't see through it. There's some sort of magical barrier there, because the light stops there, and your dark vision people can't even see through. So it's, but it clearly isn't like a wall, because it's not the same. You can see the stone walls on the sides, but this it's just like somehow there's a void of some sort there.
And otherwise, the room is empty.
Nothing you can see otherwise there.
Are we like right up against the wall, or can we just sort of see it?
Well, you're not, as you approach into the room, you're not right next to it.
Got it. Okay. You guys seen that weird wall? Sort of trippy.
Let's try shooting it.
Yeah, I was gonna poke it with a stick, but yeah, shooting it seems good.
You
Shoot
hear
at
you hear a voice from the darkness
Oh,
saying, "Come closer."
shoot at where the voice seems to be coming from.
It's in your own head.
Sure, make an attack roll.
Just normal.
This would be the first thing that was like inviting out of the entire trip,
True.
other than, you know, the
That
doors
also-
opening for us.
I know some hospitality.
Okay, I whip it hard.
So you fire at the darkness, and your crossbow bolt hits this void wall and just sort of deflects off, as if it hit a wall. Well, it did nothing, no damage to the wall in front of you.
I knew that was gonna happen. I was just testing it. Don't take that as a threat. We're chill.
You may need to.
Don't worry, we're chill.
You may need to update your healths on these tokens. Some of you maybe. So check that the health is correct.
Todd and I are both at full, baby.
My screen is entirely black. Just checking that is what we're meant to see.
That is
Yes,
because I
that-
have not
that
added
seems
any
right.
light to you yet. I'll need to add your light spell. Again, you
Also,
two,
everyone-
you can't see anything in darkness. So that's how things are.
Yeah, I mean,
Like-
everyone
We do
has
still have
everyone
dark
has
vision.
dark vision. Yeah, everyone
Nope.
has
We
dark
also-
vision still.
Do we?
Oh yes, we
Yeah.
did it before we entered. I'm positive because I track how many charges we have of the dark vision, and it's down 3.
Wow. That's lovely. Don't you love being alive and being able to use your eyes? Both are things I'm sure we'll continue to be able to do.
Yep. So okay, I'll add the dark vision to your tokens here.
The spell storing item is so funny because it's clearly meant to be like an item that you give to someone for them to keep, but we've been using it as what's the spell that we should have 5 of active at once.
But also,
Yeah.
it is good to note, by the way, something that is helpful, and what you noticed, actually KJ noticed last time during the fight, is that because I have Roll20 configured in a way where it actually reflects the 5th edition Dark Vision rules, total darkness for somebody with dark vision becomes dim light. So that's why everything is always so like hard to see in when it's total darkness. So it actually is beneficial to still have light, because dim light becomes bright light for somebody with dark vision. So yeah.
So a quick, I don't know if it's just a quick at the map or whatnot, but it appears that we can see through this barrier. Is that correct?
The barrier is to the north of us.
Oh, I see. We came from the south. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yes.
My light
So the
source.
barriers.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Is my light source currently active?
Yes, it is.
Wise? Because I can't see anything. I can just see black.
Then you might have to refresh the page.
Okay. Because it was fine and then it went away. But I will refresh.
All right. So if we're 10 feet away from the barrier, then I guess we've approached. It would have beckoned us to approach.
Well, yes. This is just where I happen to put you, put your tokens.
What we did.
But as you kind of stand there, looking at the darkness, all of a sudden, light. You see these kind of sickly but bright green flames come up in the darkness, and all of this that I'm about to tell you is obviously going to happen across like a couple of seconds of one light coming up, then the next light coming up, but I'm going to give you quick descriptions of what you see each time, because these lights are coming up, dramatically in from the front to back here. So
Very cinematic.
Yes, exactly. So let me find the thing. There we go. So this should show you the first lights coming up. Nope. Excuse me.
I'm also still in complete blackness, even after refreshing.
Are you sure you're just not scrolled down to where your token is?
I can see my token. The rest of the map is black.
Can you see our
Your
tokens?
token has vision, and your token is emitting light.
I'll move my token. Maybe that changes it. I'll move one down unless there's a wall there.
No, you can move.
Nope. Just black everywhere.
Well, let me take your vision away then. And I'll give it back.
I had to go and run my mouth saying we're going to be able to keep seeing and staying alive, didn't I?
Yeah. Can you see anything now? Oh, wait. I think that... Now, how about now?
Now I can see stuff, yep.
Yeah, I don't know why, but for some reason, limited field of vision went on for your character sheet, and with a 0 degree limit, so...
Yeah.
your vision was limited to 0 degrees. All right. Well, that's now fixed. Yes, now I remember what's wrong here. So, like I set this stuff up like a month ago. So sorry.
Zixios before becoming a Dark Lord was a theory kid.
Is that gonna do it?
Zixioff is a bard or something.
You don't see enough like,
Zixios is your dad.
evil mastermind bards.
Okay, I think this is going to do the dramatic display that I'm looking for here. So, there we go. Change that. There we go. So, firstly, these green braziers light up, and you see two skeletons standing next to them. On your left side, you see this very tall skeleton that's got even a taller crown on top of it, set up in armor. It seems to be missing an arm, though. But overall, it seems to be very regal in stature. It doesn't seem to be carrying any sort of weapons, but immediately when you see this thing, you kind of get a sense that this is the real deal. This is something to be afraid of. And on the other side, on the right side, over here, you see a skeleton that is dressed up much more like a kind of a common soldier. You see arrows sticking out of it. It's carrying weaponry as a common soldier would, but even here you kind of get the sense that this is not your common skeleton warrior at all. And more lights come up in dramatic fashion. And further along, you can see on the left side, you can see a skeleton that is really quite big, like sturdy in all senses, and is carrying, or well, not carrying. It's kind of just, it has it sort of on the floor next to it, resting on the floor. It's kind of like it was dragging it. It's not moving anywhere, but it has this huge axe, where the axe head is like the size of half of its body. Like this absolutely ridiculous massive axe. And on the left, on the right side, again you see a skeleton that doesn't seem to be carrying any sort of weaponry, but you immediately can tell that it's got some other tricks up its sleeves, which it doesn't have, as it doesn't have much clothing.
Wait. Are you saying they're naked?
Not all of them, and not completely. Some of them are wearing some clothing, yes. But then a third set of lights comes up, and this time, basically both of the skeletons that you can see seem to be they both look like they are, well, they are both like really like slender in form, but at the same time very imposing. The skeleton on the left is actually not naked, because it is actually wearing like a complete set of armor, unlike any of the others. Yeah, it seems to be dressed up as your regular knight, although its armor is completely rusted. And yeah, the skeleton on the right again is unarmed, and for some reason this one, even though it isn't physically imposing, for some reason it is the one that sends the most chills down your spines. And finally, I I just realized there's a green light there. I think I may have... might be from earlier on testing. The light sources up here might be green, but that's fine. The final lights come up, and in this case, at the very end of the room, you can see 4 of these braziers light up with green, and you notice that in the middle of the room there is this huge throne there at the end, but you also notice that you can't quite see the throne properly or what's on it. The lights at the edges are lighting up just enough so that you can see that there is the throne, and you can see the silhouette of something. And
Humanoid shape.
Or do you want
Yes.
to cast light on one of my arrows and see what we can see?
And then, as this light show has sort of gone on, finally one last light comes up, but this time it is not a brazier with burning fire there, but instead it is a flaming skull of the person sitting on the throne. For dramatic purposes, the token is large sized, but this is a medium sized creature. But yes, finally, you see on the throne with the flames lighting up on the skull, you see what now gives you the most chills down your spine. This very large skeleton with extra bones coming out of it that certainly wouldn't be there normally, with this flaming skull and this strange, like, floating crown on top of its head. And the skeleton looks at you and says, "Finally, the heroes come to defeat me."
Actually, we mainly came for a key, but you know, I guess we have time to kill 2.
Is the barrier that had been put up in front of us before seemed to block the light. So as the lights went up, do we have a sense that the barrier's gone?
No, you can tell that there's still the shimmer right there where the barrier was. So it seems like the barrier itself is now on still, but whatever was blocking the light is kind of out. So yeah, it seems like the barrier has become transparent now. All of the skeletons on the sides are just standing there, kind of posing for you. And the big skeleton at the end says again, with this very, like, powerful booming voice that kind of fills the whole room, they say, "Who are you that have come to claim my life?"
I'd like to whisper to Pyros to then whisper down the line. Because he has that barrier up, maybe we should go back to the bargaining plan.
So, well, you guys whisper that.
Well, it has to go. It also has to go through you. The whisper.
Forward, and certainly not going to repeat or even acknowledge that. I'm gonna call out. Gonna call out to him. I'm no one. all of the no ones that compose your armies are dust beneath your feet. I'm here for all of them, and I'm here to end you. I'm not going to repeat that. You know,
Yes. Reynard, by the by, your vow of enmity is automatically now active on this skeleton
yes,
without without any requirements from you. Your vow of enmity is in full effect. The skeleton looks at Reynard and says, "Paladins. But what is this? Your companions. You're no heroes, are you?"
We're the fire starters. We set stuff on fire, and we're gonna save the world.
The skeleton looks at Frid and says, "I see. You have the soul of my recently deceased pet."
Oh, that's right. Didn't something shoot out of the dragon and into you? That's right.
Maybe.
No. No.
No.
Truthfully,
skull, right?
our goals are not to deal with you. You are but a step in our plan. We have much greater things we need to deal with. It is your choice if you want to get out of the way.
Do you want to do an intimidation check?
Sure. Because I have advantage on that because of the scar.
Yeah. The skeleton. Oh, 22 and 22. The skeleton looks at Pyros and looks at you for a moment and says, "Do your companions even know who you serve? I do not think that Paladin would be on your side if they knew."
Well,
We
the rest
actually
of them
met
have
him we met him in person, actually.
The skeleton looks at Mervyn and says, "I doubt that very much."
Oh,
And
wait, was the guy we met more of a middleman?
and then
Pyros.
the skeleton the skeleton looks over at Celery, and at this point Mervyn may feel I don't know, but I'm suggesting that you may feel maybe a slight bit of some sort of jealousy or something, because the skeleton had these cool comments about all your friends, and
Yeah, I was
seems to have
on that,
passed on.
that when you know what I felt when you said you don't look like heroes? I felt that pointed at me more so than any of the other people in the group. I'm the one that doesn't look like a hero.
But the skeleton looks at Celery, and I'm sure KJ will appreciate it if somebody notes this down, because it says to Celery, looking at Celery, says, "And you have the mark of Shar with you. You all harbor some dark powers, and you, Paladin, you would stand with these evil powers just to oppose me? What does your god say?"
My God says those who deserve death will get it. I don't really have much patience for words. I'm just sort of staring at it through the barrier, waiting.
The skeleton says, kind of to all of you, you say I am not your goal, then why have you come here?
Ask the person with the simulacrums. We literally said we wanted the key. The key to the tower.
We've been told that the last place that the key to the Tower of Ak was held was in this fort by you.
As you say that, you hear a voice from the back from the throne. You hear a voice say, well, that explains it. But this voice is not coming from the skeleton is not like moving its mouth. It's not speaking out. And the voice that you hear is like much more subdued, quiet, and raspy. And it's not this booming voice that fills everything. And as you hear this, moments later, suddenly what you see changes dramatically. Because
is this a Wizard of Oz situation?
Because the room in front of you suddenly turns into a much lesser kind of image of itself. And the skeletons that were standing beside the lit braziers now lie on the floor, broken. And the great flaming skull at the end has I need to add the light to this one as well. The great flaming skull has transformed into a much less imposing skeletal creature, still sitting on the throne, still has the sort of same kind of a crown on top, clearly the same person as you saw, but much diminished. And they are sitting in the throne very like slouched down and seeming like they barely have the strength to kind of sit up properly.
Is the shimmer of the wall still there?
It is.
Okay.
The skeleton that you see now says, "Well, you are too late."
About the
Not
key?
got the key?
I had it, but a wizard came
Ah!
and stole it.
A one-eyed wizard? Or blind, no-eyed wizard?
I do not know. They disguised themselves. I could not recognize them.
At this point, Raynor speaks over my shoulder. Don't pay attention to a word this thing says. You can't trust this creature.
Fair.
Only in death will its secrets be revealed.
When did it take the key?
It has been a few days. In my current condition, I had nothing I could do about it. I have tied my life to the arcane weave, and as it has died, so have I. I sought the greatest of magical powers, but Now, I am too weak to stand. If
You know what's crazy?
vengeance is what you seek, Paladin, you may end me, but it won't change anything.
Still just waiting on that shimmer to drop.
You know what's crazy about this is that we were offering all this stuff to your assistant, be like, Zixioth could really use this stuff, and then the assistant was all like, no, he's the greatest ever, when it seems like, yeah, you could actually use all the magical stuff we had. You have really bad
It could be possible that, his life force is somehow tied to the dragon that we killed.
Oh, that we've weakened him further, possibly.
We weakened him. Yeah, that's possible.
Yeah.
Well, if it's any solace, perhaps, we will still do what we intended to. So, we're inevitable. Don't worry about us. We'll just keep on burning.
The skeleton says again, truly, I did not expect people like you to be the ones to end me. I expected a group of heroes, not this group of miscreants touched by dark forces.
Well, as Reynard already said, we're nobodies. We are just people trying to live in this world and keep on living.
Perhaps then your quest is true. What now then? You have no key. How do you plan to go along?
This wizard did not say anything to you?
No.
Well, I suppose we ought to verify our sources.
Also, isn't it kind of strange that the chamber just suddenly changed? Like we could suspect an illusion, or
Oh, I think it was an illusion before.
That's what I'm thinking.
That's what I
could be an
thought it
illusion now.
had happened.
It could be a trick.
Yeah.
I'd like to cast Dispel Magic on the shimmer, targeting that.
That's gonna be a time.
The DC equals 10 plus the spell's level. And I make a ability check using my spellcasting modifier, which is a 7. So 7 plus whatever to beat, let's say 19. Is it? Let's just go for a. How high do I go? How high?
Your roll is pretty juiced already. I wouldn't.
Yeah, let's keep it at 3rd level.
Yeah. I wouldn't need to go any.
It might not even work, even if it is high enough to hit. So let's roll.
Uh,
9.
So you begin to do your magics, and you cast it out, but you notice that as you are casting the spell, somehow you're just unable to muster up enough magical energy to actually make it do anything. Your spell slot is used, but to no effect. And the skeleton says, "You wish to end me, with no knowledge gained. Foolish. But I will allow it. And
Why?
the shimmer subsides.
I've been
Real
readying
quick-
an action to dash
Yeah.
across the room instantly. So
Wait,
I'm off
Radar,
right
do
away.
you think if we detach his head, he'll still be able to talk?
All I know is something about detaching his head as I sprint across the chamber.
All right.
I'll shout louder as you're getting farther away because I'd love to get him to a zone of truth somehow.
So Reynard rushes in. Has anyone got anything they want to do?
How far away is Reynard?
Reynard is hasted and running fast, so very far.
So between 120 and 180 feet if he uses both actions to dash.
Oh yeah.
What are you wanting to do?
Let me see what spells have enough range to make him not immediately kill Reynard. Well, Reynard not immediately kill him. Because I wanted to dispel the thing so that we could go there and investigate if there's what's what. I don't agree with immediately ending him with nothing gained, like he himself says.
So you
That's
would
like-
have 130 feet,
Ooh,
which I think is beyond most any spells you got.
yeah, that's gonna knock down a lot of stuff. I mean, you could
there's-
move forward 30 feet, and then that'll
Mhm.
knock the back into the 120 range.
Oh, what's the range on that? Why is it roll 20 so slow? That's only 30 feet. Fuck. And that is, when it loads, 60. Fuck. Yeah, no, I have nothing that can stop Reynard if Reynard truly wishes to kill him. I guess I would just say in my most persuasive way possible, Reynard, do not kill him immediately.
I think unfortunately Reynard is in a
Can't
in a
hear him over the
position to-
whooshing of the
yeah.
wind from sprinting so fast.
Yeah.
No, I'm not unfortunately going to stop. I'm just going to hack that in immediately.
All right.
I do like the idea of decapitating his head, so we'll aim there first.
Sure. You make an attack on the skeleton, and it is dead.
Okay.
All right, I'll make 4 or 5 more attacks just to be sure while screaming at the top of my lungs, throwing
walk
my
slowly.
right forearm into the bone pile and just smashing and complete rage, complete loss of self.
Once you have done this, you immediately sense a wave of fatigue overtaking you. You lose the effects of your haste thing, and you gain 1 level of exhaustion.
When that happens, I'll drop to my knees, fish through the bone pile for my wife's ring, and just start to cry.
Yeah, you do feel you feel kind of conflicted because you have this feeling of you're just sort of exhausted and you're finally there, but you have this sort of nagging feeling in your head of like something or someone like who is not stopping to rest. Something that's like driving you forward, but it's not strong enough to like overcome your physical exhaustion. But there's something like telling you that you need to keep going. But it's also something that on some level also feels kind of good. That drive there.
Mhm.
I'd like to like move forward up the chamber to Reynard, but I
Yeah,
guess
likewise.
Todd would get there first because he has the most movement out of all of us. So Todd will put a mechanical claw arm on Reynard's shoulder and just like awkwardly pat.
When Fred gets into range of Raynar, he's gonna punch him
Oh,
for doing something very stupid. And Fred is not pleased with this outcome at all. He understands why, which is why it's no spells being slung, but he's still going to do a punch onto Reynard.
Not even
Fred
gonna
feels
try
he
to
deserves it.
block it or avoid it in any way. I'll just kind of take it. Still sitting there, kind of an emotional wreck. Acknowledging that I deserved it, even without saying anything.
So you are, you're standing in this place that was clearly once some sort of great hall, with the fires flickering. They seem weaker than they were before, and yeah, it's the whole place seems to be in quite bad shape now, and you've got seven skeleton friends here, dead on the floor.
I'd like to search the remains of Zixioth, or who we presume to be Zixioth, for like maybe a set of keys that go to other rooms in the building or something along those lines.
Unfortunately, on the remains, you don't find anything of use. The crown has the crown that was when the big flaming skull was there. The crown that was kind of hovering now was like sitting atop the head, and now as the skeleton's broken down, the crown itself seems to have like broken down as well.
Okay.
Is there anything that I could take as like a memento or
Crown, I guess.
A piece
Is
of
there
the crown
pieces
would
of the
probably
crown?
be a piece of the crown
Yeah,
would probably
okay.
be a good one.
I'll take that.
Does anyone
Yeah,
know
like
what
I said.
sort of questions we'd have wanted to ask this gentleman? Or not so gentleman?
There's a bunch, isn't there?
Well,
Can you bring it down to 5?
yeah. We still don't know if he was a lich. My fear is there's a phylactery somewhere in here.
Well, he literally said his power was tied to the he sort of said his phylactery was the arcane weave.
Mhm.
Well, I don't know if he said that.
Not in
Like-
so many words, but
Yeah.
and we never
okay.
never knew that he was a lich to begin with. We knew who was
I know we
undead.
didn't. I know. All right, fine. So we'll toss out the lich thing for now.
Also, that doesn't matter.
This, of course, also assumes
Can-
that an undead corpse is no longer considered an undead, because speak with dead can't be used for undead.
So it would revert back to the memories it had before it became
It's
undead.
just dead now. Yeah.
It would be considered undead if it was undead while it was not dead.
So Speak with Dead technically doesn't work anymore.
Yeah,
Uh,
Okay,
unfortunately.
so you couldn't. So
we
so-
can't.
I mean,
ask.
unless you want to risk the fact that this skeleton was in fact not undead, but just alive.
Or if these other skeletons were never actually risen and it was just an illusion, we could try that, but
Yeah.
you might not get anything useful.
Yeah. Also, with Speak with Dead, can the target lie?
Yes.
Okay. Well, then I don't really see much point because he gave us no useful information
He
when we
told
asked
us
him.
some stuff.
Well, he said a wizard came and stole
Well,
the key that we're looking for.
not even related to that. Like he said, the nature of our abilities. He had insight on that. Just seems like he
Yeah.
had a lot of like plot important or character important information.
I suppose, but he also like wasn't impressed with me. So like, how good of a character judge could he really be?
Claude, on the other hand. All right. Well, once I'm kind of shaking off my emotional state here, I will stand and ask the group, what do we make of his story of this wizard? And this key?
It lines up with other stuff we know, or it sounds reasonable enough. We know that Walton Rich wanted to get into the Tower of Arc. Walton Rich is a powerful wizard involved in this whole thing, and who else do you know of in terms of powerful wizards that could beat Zixioff?
But why would he
His
disguise himself to...
Perhaps it's Walton Rich was the disguise, and there's some other being controlling Walton Rich, in which case the wording a wizard disguise would make sense.
I guess. I think it's also awfully convenient. The whole, oh, you're looking for this? Oh, really powerful wizard that disguised himself and I don't know what he looks like came and stole it. Like, it's just such a, like, as soon as Reynard pointed out that it could be a lie, I was like, oh yeah, obviously. It sounds so stupid once I think about it for a second. Like
Are there any other obvious chambers that are connected to this one, or is this a dead end?
Again, the walls are all well, they're not like smooth stone, but they're stone, and there is nothing that would indicate that there's any other exit than the one you came from. But that said, you have already determined that this place has, the capability of having hidden staircases and stuff like that. So,
yeah, but how do you activate that stuff?
Usually you'd ask the host if, and they might have some insight on it, but
just because on the map here it looks kind of out of place, does the throne look like it's the original throne but decorated, or does it look like separate from the rest of the architecture here?
I mean, the whole place has been kind of repurposed to be more evil. So.
Okay.
Originally, this was a dwarf fortress, right?
Right.
You know that.
Yeah.
Was it an evil dwarf?
They would not have a huge skull throne.
Yeah. All right. Well, as we're kind of talking, I want to go and investigate some of the other skeleton corpses.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what I'm looking for. Some of it is just memories. Do I know these people? Were they servants of Zixioff? Were they, just that sort of wistfully looking at them, poking through their belongings.
So the skeletons on the floor do not have any sort of belongings. They are just bones.
Crumbled
and
bones.
Yeah, parts of bones, and there's nothing recognizable about them to you, except that you can tell that these, some of the skulls and such, you can tell that these are the same skeletons that you saw standing up before. But otherwise, you don't. No, you don't have any. No, not even any like distant hunch of a memory or anything. And yeah, there's unfortunately nothing to find on them.
All right, so just in terms of, again, interacting with them to make sure they're not an illusion or anything like that, but I'll also just kind of the notion of some sort of proper burial rites, and I'll take their bones and just drop them in the braziers while saying some prayers to Hor as I walk around the room.
While Reynard is doing that, I'd like to investigate the walls for possible secret passageways.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to help out with that.
Investigation?
Yes. Which walls do you want to start with?
I guess we'll start
Kind of some
with
sort of section.
Yeah, I guess we'll start with the back wall against the. Actually, you know what? It would make more sense for walls to be like if there was an entry. I guess like can I? I guess like this rectangle, if I can do that. Because I feel like if someone was entering this room, it would be like near the throne. I guess that zone, if you'll let me do a zone that big.
You can roll investigation with advantage.
Fantastic. Okay. 18.
Does Pyros want to be doing something during this time?
Yeah, I know it's totally like my own knowledge of like stories, but I want to like check out around the throne.
Do an investigation check then.
Not great.
Neither of you unfortunately find anything. Pyros, you look at the throne, it seems like a cool skull throne that would be cool to sit on, but you don't see anything else really about it. And Mervyn, you kind of touch the walls, try to push in, try knocking and everything, but it all seems the same. You don't find any idea of there being anything there.
Well, if we're still in the room and not
I want to
leaving,
sit on the throne.
Ooh, great idea.
Do you sweep away some of the bones?
To like the side of a chair. I'm not going to put them on the floor. I'm just going to, I'll be sitting next to it.
Sure. You sit on the throne, and you suddenly become a powerful lich. No, nothing happens. You sit on it, and from your new point of view, you can see that you don't really see anything special.
What does the ceiling look like?
It's smooth as kind of stony as everything else. Nothing out of the ordinary out of it from it. Looks the same as everything else around here.
Yeah, I'm kind of beat. I don't know what to do then. We tried. We gained nothing from this journey.
I mean, you tried investigating like 1/10 of the room. So
Let's look at my character sheet.
I'll be a few minutes with my funeral rites for the skeletons.
Yeah,
So
I
imagine
mean,
it's time to search
but the others have also been a few minutes with investigations. So
I was going to say
You'll all be
if we're
done.
staying here, I'll move on to the next zone.
I'm going to cast Bardic Inspiration on Mervyn, and then also help Mervyn again.
So where do you want to be investigating?
We'll just do the next rectangle down. So
That makes absolutely no sense that you would you would investigate like 10 feet of wall here and then go and investigate 10 feet of wall on the other side.
okay,
So
fine. I guess
maybe you're just investigating one wall first.
Fine. I'll investigate the
You can't control us, Dupe.
the eastern wall.
All right. Give me an investigation roll then.
Okay, with advantage, and then I'll roll the
1d10.
it doesn't matter, great. But I'll roll the one. Actually, no. I'll save it for a little later if I need it. I feel happy with a. Or do you think I should get that 24 up?
I mean, it's either there or it's not. So
Yeah.
you'll either find it or you won't, I guess.
Dupe, it would be pretty mean of you to set the DC on secret tunnels at 25 or 30.
Would it? I mean, as we've established, these are dwarven doors that a dwarf could find, but nobody else.
It's D10, right?
Yeah, I have 2 more as well, so I don't really mind.
Okay, fine. 29. It's on the eastern wall, Dupe.
Wasn't this wall?
It wasn't this wall. Make it this wall with the crit. It just shifts.
You notice a slight it's almost imperceptible, but you just catch it, and you notice that there is a slight difference to how the wall sounds as you're kind of knocking on it. And that there is, in fact, it seems like there is something here on the eastern wall, around like this section here. But you like try going through all of it, touching it further, but you don't find any hidden mechanism, but you can tell that there's something there.
I start casting Conjure End Elemental.
Unless it is a figment of your imagination.
All right.
I'd like to start Conjuring Elemental. If Mervyn tells me this, of course.
Oh yeah, of course. I shout it to the room. Found something.
That's never gone bad.
Never.
Yeah. Only used the spell twice, and both times it turned on us.
Well, now we're summoning a 5th level Stone Elemental. Or Earth Elemental. I forget what they're called. The one that has double damage to structures.
Siege or something like that.
Yeah.
Does anyone else want to do something while Fred is using a minute to cast this?
Pyros is going to take out his Book of Shadows, because the last time he tried to message Mirage, he got a response, but it was like different. And after that conversation we just had, he's just going to write, "Who are you?"
The response is similar to last time, and it says I am your master.
Your contract got taken over by the new company.
Yeah, right. And who do I serve?
The answer is me.
Yeah, I figured.
On that comment.
All right.
Couldn't help yourself.
Yeah.
Well, Asfrid, you are. First of all, where are you casting this from? What are you using to cast it?
The material component is, if I read the spell again,
I mean, it doesn't matter. You have a
Yeah, but
You have,
it's not material component. It's the fact that elementals, when you
Right.
cast it, you need to like have the relevant stuff.
Oh.
For water elemental, you need to have some water to cast it for it to form from.
Got it. Oh, I see.
and
Well,
do
it does
I not
look-
have any clay?
It looks like
Are
there's
the
an
blue-
area where like the tiles are broken, so you can see the earth underneath.
No.
No. Oh.
No.
Can he not make it out of hard stone? It has to be soft earth.
Well, it doesn't have to be soft clay, but yeah, you would have to have something for the
I don't have any on
elemental
me.
to form from. Well, that's
Are the braziers metal or
Oh,
stone?
that's the rug.
Yep.
Are the braziers metal or stone?
Metal. Well,
Okay, I guess I just won't cast that then.
I mean, maybe you attempt to cast it on one of the stones that compose the floor or something. But as you are casting the spell, yet again, you notice, as last time that you tried to cast a spell in here, that you just can't like muster up the strength for the spell.
Someone
Yeah,
else
we
try
didn't test
casting
it.
a spell.
I'll fire bolt.
No, an actual spell, Mervyn.
But I have so few charges left.
Then fine. Celery, you cast a spell.
Celery refuses to cast in the spells. It's too scared to cast.
I mean, I don't
anything.
think it's gonna help for this solving this problem. But I have the once a day flame blade, which is a level 2 spell.
Well, let's just see if we Reynard. I'll take over the bones for a while.
All right.
And you work with Todd on trying to break down that part of the wall.
Sure.
What
I was
would
construction
Reynard use for that?
I don't. Another rock? I don't know.
Another rock?
Another rock? I don't know.
I'd like to walk outside of the room and then cast polymorph on myself.
I mean, I guess I could use my one stone shape right now, but
You cast attempt to cast polymorph and to the same effect.
Okay. Let's
all
try.
right, guys.
Let's try a cantrip. Let's try firebolts against the wall.
Same effect.
Okay.
Hmm.
Mervyn,
Wait,
actually,
no,
yeah,
uh,
try a cantrip, Mervyn.
Firebolt.
Same effect.
Okay, so it's not just
interesting.
me, at least.
I have a little knife. I
But you
can
did
try
use
to,
a
like,
lot of spell slots trying that out.
Can I like walk farther down the hallway we came from and like try to see if there's like a radius of magical dead zone, or if it's like the arcane weave has suddenly weakened, or if it's the building in general, maybe.
Mm-hmm. So we know that our arcane spells are working fine in the basement. Did those stairs, did they retract? I can't remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they retracted, but I can go down the hallway. I just want to know if it's just this room.
I mean, sure. It's the same effect. Frid already left the room and tried the same
Right,
stuff.
he did.
So,
Yeah, you're right. He did. Okay.
so
I
you're
have
kind
a
of
little-
repeating things.
I have a small knife. I'll try to like get between the bricks to try to like leverage out one of the bricks, maybe. In that spot.
That doesn't seem to be working. This stuff is too well built for that.
Okay. I mean, what is the actual construction of the wall?
Stone?
Is it just solid, like a sheet of solid stone? It's not bricks, or...
Yeah, I mean it's these huge slabs of stone, basically.
Okay. Well, I could use the pommel of my sword to just start like chipping away at it, see if I can do any damage.
Can I investigate the fires? Maybe they have something. The braziers.
Yeah, maybe turning them a specific way will open it.
Sure, you can do that.
Whilst they're doing that.
Yeah. You determined that your sword would break before the wall would break. You would need to have some actual tools if you were to chop down at the walls.
Hang on. It's so interesting that you say that, Dupe. Because I have this ability called the right tool for the job.
I see one problem with this.
It takes an hour.
Is that the problem you see?
Does anyone have a crowbar?
You can basically create a crowbar.
The crowbar helps with it. I don't even know what kind of artisan's tools we're looking for here. This is like, I guess,
Stonemason's tools basically is what we would need. I think that's.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a set of tools in the rulebook. I think it is.
Or, we could also keep looking for whatever might activate it.
That's
Right.
true.
I'm trying
I
to
mean, we
click
could
on
take a rest in the
investigation,
room
but
if we're
it's
just
not
going to be
working.
messing around, and that would give us time to use that ability.
Actually, HG, since you haven't rolled yet, I'll give you the help action on your investigation roll.
You also don't need to roll.
Oh, okay.
I
Well,
don't need to
because I mean,
you
also,
you described an action that is pretty simple and
Okay.
yeah. You just do it.
guys, I don't see an exit, and stone shape's not going to work. So I feel that we're kind of trapped in here. So why not spend an hour creating crowbars?
Or just Mason's tools, really. Yeah.
So, it can coincide with a short or a long rest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I will create stonemason's tools.
So just short rest in here in the room.
Yeah. I mean, there's no exit, right, dude? Like the hallway doesn't go anywhere anymore.
Nope. Far as you can tell, you are
Okay.
stuck.
Okay, we are spending an hour in here.
All right. You may take a short rest then.
For what it's worth, I'll use my Song of Rest feature and play some music and give everyone 1d6 to spend to add to their health pool.
So
Hmm.
I'll spend one.
If you
of
use
these.
hit dice, that is. Sorry.
I get a total of 13.
No, I'll use a couple of dice. Yeah.
God damn.
Ah, yes. They're just called Mason's tools.
So yeah, so Frid's experimentation with the fires yields nothing before you take your rest.
Come on, roll 20.
Will this all the d6s there, Duke? Is that for us?
No, it's
It
celery's
was
hit
celery
dice.
picked up.
Oh, substitute. Thank you.
As you are resting, though, you notice that the lights in the room slowly go out.
Don't like that one bit.
Mm-hmm.
Well, to be clear, it seems very much like they just kind of die.
Yeah.
Whatever was
was-
powering them in the first place is no longer fueling them.
Magical fires.
I guess during this downtime, I'd like to check in with Reynard and his feelings.
Mm-hmm.
So is
I think
your
that the bulk of the. Sorry, go ahead.
no? I guess I was going to ask. So is your pact with your god pretty much over, or what happens now? Also, how do you feel in general about?
It's good questions. So yeah, I mean, I'll reflect on the mark on the back of my hand and say, you know, my devotion to Ilmater got me a long way in life, but it's Hor that I serve now. Hor saw me to this, and I'll kind of gesture to the ruin of Zixiath's body, or at least what we think of Zixiath's body. I say, but there's still more to be done. There's still a longer road to travel. Obviously, I'm feeling a lot of grief, and you can probably sense that, you know. But there is a sense of resolve and determination. But there's more ahead. More
Also, did
people
you-
completed vengeance and punishment? What was that?
Did you inform the rest of the group that that you felt your memory was being actively suppressed and not just amnesia? Did you inform the rest of the group of that?
Mhm. No, we can talk about that now. Does that?
Oh.
Is that diminished in any way with the death of this thing? How do I feel with respect to my memory and amnesia? So I had the moment of awakening when I recognized my wife's corpse, but that was it.
I mean, as said back then, you didn't recognize. You did not recognize the corpse as your wife. You just made kind of the strong assumption there, and out of character, I told you it is your wife's corpse, but
yeah.
your character did not recognize that because something is you felt like something was blocking you from knowing truly what is going on. And your memories are still clouded. It seems like something is still like actively trying to stop you from remembering things clearly.
Yeah, I think.
And now I will go ahead and relay that to Mervyn and point out that, you know, there's that creature that attacked me, that ring it was wearing, that was my wife's ring. It had to have been her, but something is still interfering. So I don't remember what I should. I don't know what I should.
Interesting. I wonder if Zixioth is not the one behind your condition. I mean, he's most 99% sure I am that he's responsible for your family's deaths. But I wonder if the whole like waking up and having armor on is like not due to him at all. Or does he have something in the fortress that's continuing to run the
Those are
memory
terrible
suppression?
interpretations. He could be not dead,
He could be not dead.
or it could be
It
something else.
concerns me that his ice assistance, that's simulacrum. Yeah, that makes me concerned that his simulacrums could still be active.
Yeah, we never saw Morden.
Yeah,
Or the
Sure.
other one.
yeah. Well, we killed the other one.
The simulacrum.
We dispelled him.
Yes, we dispelled. Yes.
Whatever it was a copy of. There's clearly more here.
The intention was to see if he was mind controlled, and he turned into
Yeah.
snow.
He turned into snow. And we assumed Morden was also snow. Yeah.
There's more to be discovered here for sure.
Oh yes. That's why because I have to be actively doing this for the whole hour. So as we're talking, I'm doing.
Oh yeah. As to the armor, by the way, I will note that's a gift from Hor. The inhibition of my memory. I don't think Hor would do that. I think he offered me a pathway out of that darkness. But it's possible. I don't know. Mysteries to be solved.
That was another thought. Yeah, that it could be Horus suppressing your memories. That's something to prey on later.
Reynard, you take a second to kind of ponder over what you just said, and you are quite certain that it wouldn't be Hor. Yeah. Like that's what comes into your mind, that no, it wouldn't be Hor.
Yeah, I'll express that.
Okay.
Hor's guided me on a sure path so far. It led me here. You know, I trust him.
Okay.
And also, as you speak your god's name, you sense like elevated feeling of pride, more than before. So clearly, like something has changed now, as you have defeated your quarry. Or you believe to have.
Yeah.
Once we've completed the rest, I would like to take another look around the throne.
Sure.
Does anyone want to help with that one or no?
Yeah.
I'm busy.
All right. So then the advantage. Tire.
You look around the throne, and you you kind of go through it all, kind of touching everything and then looking under it and kind of touching there, and all of a sudden you notice that as you kind of reach down there, where you would assume there's nothing, your hand actually grasps onto something, and suddenly you realize that there was some kind of illusion at play here, and what you're grasping is a small gem of unknown make. You don't recognize it as any sort of mineral gem that you would know, but it's a small, like, kind of like a small oval glass thing.
Interesting.
There's a few things that could be. Well, yeah, I did say this was going to be after the rest.
Evil.
So, yeah, I did say that was going to be after the rest. So Mervin would have their tools. So would Mervin have automatically started working on the wall?
I suppose, yeah, because we know there is something there. But you can look around the room more and in the hallway too if you want to.
Yeah. So
find other
with the tools you have been able to make, you would estimate that in order to get kind of anything done, it would probably take like actually, what? I've actually forgotten what time of day it is now. It's like the afternoon, I think. Yeah. So to get like anything, any good progress with the tools you've made, you suspect it would probably take you the rest of the day.
Yeah.
So there's plenty of time to investigate other things.
Yeah. Everyone else investigate. And I'll do this.
So I'll go ahead and ritual cast Identify.
All right. I'll lend whatever strength I can to Mervin's task.
Okay, great.
Yeah. Since you only have one set of tools, you wouldn't be able to do more, but you can kind of switch between who's working. So
basically it takes me, like, I get the crowbar in, and then I like hammer twice, and then we switch off, and he like gets it in one hit. And I'm like, great.
Although I would note that Reynard would actually probably not be that much more effective in your current state of exhaustion than Mervin. So
how effective is it? Like based on your strength or what?
Well, there's no mechanical rules for this.
I mean, my current -2 strength is
so I'm marginally more effective, but I am exhausted, so I'm at disadvantage. Which is
also it's much less about strength and more about like the constitution of because you're not doing like your most powerful strike every time. You're trying to work on this over hours.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I will then, I guess, I'll spend 1 minute supporting Pyrus to make sure that identify the actual, not the ritual part, but the actual casting part is stabilized. And I will also investigate the floor, see if there's a hidden button on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
With the lights on, I'm wondering, is it worth a cantrip test before we start spending 10 minutes to ritual cast spells? See if anything's changed with respect to spell casting in the room.
Yeah, also, good point. Light is 1 hour, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So you are, in fact, in darkness.
Then I shall light a torch.
Then you are no longer in darkness.
Could you see if you can get the braziers going back with like normal fire?
Yeah, I can try and do that.
They do not light. Pyros, your spell fails as everyone else's.
Could I try identifying it just with like Arcana?
Sure.
Can I help with that or no?
Just with the ability.
Sure.
Alright, so I'll just do another roll. Not better.
You have no idea. It doesn't seem immediately obviously like as something where you say a word and it casts a spell or something like that. It doesn't seem like that kind of thing.
How large is it?
Size of your palm about in length.
So you couldn't swallow it?
And no. I mean,
Asking
yes,
for a friend.
one. You could swallow it once, and then you would not swallow anything else again. Everything is edible once.
Well, then, in the vein of, you know, mundane exploration of what this could be, just gonna, like, bring it over towards the wall where Mervyn is working.
Nothing happened.
Okay.
No change. Fred, why don't you give us like 3 rolls of investigation, and
Sure.
that'll be what you do.
If it will load. Is anyone else's roll 20 taking absolutely forever today, or just me?
It always took forever whenever I used my shitty old laptop.
It's crazy. I rolled a 4 and a 2.
They did roll out a new update just recently, so might be some troubles.
On the update.
Mm.
Yeah, when I signed on today for this, I got the little blurb about, oh, we've added new features, and I just went, oh god, no, because anytime they add something that slightly changes how I have to use the app, I'm like, no.
The user interface update is actually really, really great on like a DM side because it clears up stuff a lot. And one of my favorite features that they added, I don't know if this was somehow possible before, but I can actually like click on one of your tokens and I can see what your character sees. Because otherwise I see like everybody's vision together. So, you know, everybody's overlapping visions together. So I'm not always 100% clear on what one character can see, but now I can just click on a character and see what do they see.
It's funny. I got the option to opt in for that new UI thing. I hit yes, and nothing changed. That might be because of Better 20 or something.
Probably. What else would Paris be? Do you have any other attempts at doing something, or are you just going to help out Fred, or what?
Because this really this is like one of two things. Either this is related to how to leave, or this, at least in Pyrus's mind, or it's related to the phylactery. But from the story, from what he read or he knew, he doesn't really have an idea to identify it other than a gem could be one.
If you want me to take a break and do an Arcana check as well.
I mean, you found it like embedded in the throne, right?
Underneath the throne, like hidden by an illusion.
Mm-hmm. I feel like you have to be the world's stupidest lich to keep your phylactery where you sit. You know?
Yeah, I mean, it was obviously protected to some degree, but I guess in that idea, yeah, if you're sitting in there and you die and you have to go back to your phylactery, keeping it in the same room is not the best idea.
Right. Exactly.
Well, that means you're immediately able to fight the person who killed you.
Well, except I think it usually takes a couple days.
Yeah, it takes a while for them to reform.
Well, if they get trapped in the room like we did, then, you know, that might be an
Yeah.
option.
All right, well. During your grand investigations, Frid, you determine that the floor is, in fact, a floor.
No way. I'm sure.
You, as your friends toil away, trying to chip away at this wall, one bit at a time, you're just walking around looking at the floor, being like, yep, it's a floor. And you don't find anything of note.
I will take a small break to look at the gemstone, and I'll roll an Arcana check and see if I happen to do better.
Mm-hmm.
I would assume I'm not able to help on this since I already rolled mine.
I will give you before you do it,
Exactly.
bardic inspiration.
Since you already don't know what it is, you can't help.
Yeah. Okay, so normal roll. Oh, well, I'll roll that d10.
It could be a 20.
All right. A 16. Exactly the same as Pyros.
You have absolutely no idea what this is.
I would like to use an item known as the vine.
The
wasn't working
vine-
outside.
Yeah, the vine was not working before either. And
Alright.
and now it doesn't work either.
Let me use some of my class's specialities to help open this wall. I start playing music, guys.
Nice. Just a little, like, a word chant, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mining song.
Yeah.
Hi ho, hi ho. Off the right way.
Here you go.
Well, like maybe I don't know, like a couple of hours in, you manage to at least determine what the thickness of the wall is, because you break through it, but just for like a tiny bit, so it will still take quite a while if you want to enter through there. But you determine that there is, in fact, some sort of a room on the other side. From your little hole, you can just peer in and see that there's, like, you can't see at all the whole room. You see just a little bit, and what you happen to see is a pedestal, and on top of that pedestal you can see what appears to be some sort of goblet that is skull themed. Some sort of skull goblet on a pedestal. is what you can see from like this.
There
Reach
happened
your
to be a
hand through
window.
the hole, try to cast a cantrip in the other room or something. Just, I don't know.
Just to shoot the goblin. Oh yeah, is
not
the,
shoot the goblin. Just
is
see
the
if
whole arrow sized?
No, that's not what I was going for. To see if magic works in the other room.
Oh,
You know,
right.
put
Okay.
part of your body in the other room. I don't know.
I mean, you could
Okay.
you could maybe in a moment stick a finger through, but that would not be enough for you to cast any spells.
All right.
You'll have to wait on that.
All right. Well,
So is the
That's
room
an
like
interesting question.
bigger than-
If I were to use subtle spell, so I don't have any somatic components, how much of my body would have to be through
That's a
a
good
barrier
question.
of non-magic?
I mean, we also tried
50%.
casting in the hallway, and it didn't. We also tried casting in the hallway, and that didn't help. So I don't know if having. Well, since it's the only lead we have right now on an exit, let's just keep chipping away.
For sure.
If people want to keep investigating for other exits. Fred, you haven't rolled Arcana yet on the.
No, Frid helped Pyros.
Yeah.
I haven't.
Right.
Give me that. Let's go. Can I?
Yeah.
-1. Watch me know more than everybody else with my disadvantage from being exhausted. I got this.
Oh my God! You
Same
somehow
as
do.
you.
One higher.
Oh.
Oh, that's fantastic. I actually do know better than everyone else.
You have no idea, unfortunately.
Oh, that is unfortunate. That was a hell of a roll. Come on.
Yep. Yep.
All right. We'll keep chipping away if people want to keep investigating different areas of the room.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Does anyone have any novel ideas about what they want to do, or do we just keep on going?
I don't think there's much to be done as far as interacting with the room. You said there's a goblet, and we can see the room continues past that. We can only see light up to where the goblet was on the pedestal, right? That was it?
No, you see a wall behind the goblet.
There's a wall. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
It's just
yeah.
one little room. It doesn't look like an exit then. Are we confident that there's
No, because like from your point of view, you can only see like a sliver of the room. So you can only see what in your vision, you see the goblet there and you see a wall behind it, but there's nothing telling you that there would be walls like right outside of your view or something. So the room could be going on for forever as far as you know.
Did anyone investigate the back wall?
Yes.
Nope.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
Okay. I guess by this point we probably investigated most of the chamber, right?
We didn't really investigate the hallway at all, other than the dead magic zone extends to there.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Well, no novel approaches as far as the excavation team.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Keep working on the wall.
We are on it.
Yep. So it takes several hours, but eventually you manage to create an opening that you think is large enough for you to get through. All of you.
All right. We
Who wants
crawl
to go
through.
first? Okay, Morgan's first.
Yeah. Okay. I'll go first.
Wait a minute. Where is that? Where is that? There. Boom. Boom. Boom.
Aha!
Door open.
I still have an invisible wall that my token
Yeah.
can't go through.
Oh yeah. Sorry. The dramatic wall of magic.
There we go.
Just be like one step in.
So, as you enter the room, there's several things of note
Oh, God.
that you notice. So, firstly, you see that there are indeed, you can move your tokens in there, no worries. Nothing's attacking you right now. Yet. But yeah, you see several things of notice. If we go clockwise from the top here, there's one of 4 pedestals. On top of this pedestal is a golden mirror, a hand mirror. Then there is some sort of golden thingamajig. Looks like some sort of cup kind of thing as well. Then there is a blue crystal of some sort. Then there is that skull goblet you saw. Then in the south there's a table that has 2 things on it. It has a skull that is that looks humanoid, but is also gigantic. Like that is not the skull is the size of like Todd. And there is a book that is bound. Then on the left side of the room you see a chair, a nice cushioned chair, and next to it there is a coffin, and inside that coffin you see a corpse that looks to be first of all, it looks like it is the corpse is like very, very, very well preserved. In fact, it almost looks like they are simply sleeping, but you see no movement, no breathing or anything. But there is also this ethereal sheen all about them.
Does anyone have a wooden stake at hand?
No,
So as we kind of go through, I want to take a look back at the door, like where we now bored a hole through it. Does it look like this was intended to be a door, or is there any kind of like opening mechanism or anything like that now that we're on this side?
No, you don't see anything.
Okay, so this is just like an adjoining chamber that we just burrowed into, basically, as far as we can tell.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm going to pick up the gem.
I'd like to
The
pick up
crystal?
the mirror.
Yes, the crystal.
Someone with more
sure.
book learning than me, take a look at the book.
I was gonna just try to just real quick do a produce flame to see if magic was working in this room.
Oh, yeah.
It does not.
Okay.
Oh.
You have the crystal, you have the mirror.
Can I try to identify it by like Arcana, I guess?
Sure.
Highest roll so far.
That's good.
It's just a crystal.
You have no idea. As far as you can tell, it's just crystal.
Yeah.
I'd like to expend a charge of divine sense to get a sense of like if this corpse here is actually undead and what type of creature it might be, and whether there's anything else within 60 feet. I guess we're probably blocked by a stone, but
Your divine sense senses two things. The first one is a much stronger sense, much stronger feeling, and that is relating to that skull goblet there. You sense that that is a source of much evil.
The goblet on the pedestal?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then the other thing that you sense is actually the opposite. You sense, because divine sense also gives you, you know, you sense good things as well. You get a very faint sense coming from towards the body.
Of a like a celestial being?
No, of good.
Of good. Okay.
Hmm.
Interesting. All right, and I'll relay this to the group. Okay, but I don't sense that the body, I guess, that it's actually a creature, like that it's alive.
No.
Only just a aura of good around it.
Yes, or from that direction.
From that direction. Okay. Interesting. Well, I'll investigate the coffin then. I'm going to move over there and you know, does it change as I kind of approach it? And can I get a clear sense that this is coming from the actual body?
Well, I don't think divine sense is going to be all that like accurate to begin with. So no real change on anything.
Okay.
What do you
want
want to do?
I will, even aside the divine sense, I still want to kind of take another look or take a closer look at the body here and see whether there's anything else inside the coffin or anything else that might have been the source of that feeling of good.
No, you at least without disturbing the body, you can't see anything else in there.
Okay, I mean, I'll just put the body out there.
You'll move the body?
Mm-hmm.
You still don't see anything.
Okay.
The body is extremely cold to touch. Colder than it should be.
Can I pour a healing potion into the mouth of the body?
Weren't you the one who wanted to save all your healing potions?
Yeah, for a battle that didn't happen.
How the turntables have turned.
I wanted to save them for when they were useful. Now they
Like-
might be useful.
Well, you can do it.
Cool. Let's stand over here for effect.
Weren't being used for anything else, anyways.
Yeah. And just
Might as well pour a potion into a dead corpse.
Pull one out for the homies.
Yeah, I have a normal potion of healing on
I will point
my.
out that
Well, you no longer have a normal potion of healing.
I had a normal potion of healing.
Nothing happens.
Who could have foreseen that?
I'd like to check out the book.
well, I will call out to everybody about the goblet being a source of potent evil as well. That probably bears some investigation.
Pyros, the book is bound. And it seems to be you are investigating it, but you probably wouldn't recognize it as easily as your friend who saunters over and suddenly becomes useful and celery says, "Oh, that's a wizard's book," and
Yeah.
and informs you that it seems to have some sort of warding spells on it, but probably something that celery could break over a short rest or something.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and snag that.
Mm-hmm. Do you keep it or do you give it to celery?
I'll give it to Celery, even though technically I can add rituals to my Book of Shadows, but I'll let him have it. Or let them have it.
Can we try to get Todd to pick up the evil speaker? Just,
Sure.
in case it's one of those explode on touch items.
I suppose. I had left Todd outside the room here. You'll notice his icon is there because I thought maybe it would be a little cumbersome to try and get him through the hole that we carved in the wall.
That's true.
But no, we'll pull
Hoist him, yeah.
We'll hoist him in, and then
You can, grab a wrench and take some pieces off Todd and fit through.
Yeah.
Todd
getting a piece of furniture for a door.
picks up the goblet and holds the goblet.
I'll inspect it closely while Todd's holding it. Should I roll Arcana, I guess, or investigation or anything? I want to know if this is like a famous artifact that I recognize, or
That would be history. If you want to recognize a famous artifact, that's history.
I suppose it doesn't matter. But I mean, my modifier for history and Arcana are exactly the same, so it doesn't really matter. But I'll do.
Based on the exclusion earlier, I'm gonna guess no. But just since you mentioned you felt a slightly good aura from the corpse and evil aura from the goblet, was there any sort of aura from the gem that Pyros picked up under the throne?
Still no. No.
Yeah. Okay. So might not actually be evil.
All right, we
Or
got a
just not
15 on
something that
history
should
for the
have been
goblet.
so.
You've probably heard of some skulls and goblets and whatever in ancient tales and whatever, but this doesn't ring any bells.
I see.
Okay. Well, now that we recognize what the doorway that we passed, that we chiseled through, I wonder if that would help us just kind of cursory examination of the walls in here to see if there's anything similar.
Yeah.
I'm still looking at the corpse and the coffin and stuff. But just a thought.
I haven't actually investigated the mirror yet. I've been holding it. That one I'd like to roll Arcana for, look for any runes, if I just get a magical vibe off of it. I'd be happy with even just answering the question, is it magical?
I mean, considering the fact that your spells have been a little wonky in here, you're not very sure that you can truthfully determine if something is or is not magical in here. But as far as you can tell, this looks like it might just be a mirror.
Interesting.
And you don't see your own reflection. You become a vampire.
Oh.
No, it works just like a regular hand mirror would.
Check the corpse in the mirror, see if the woman in the coffin appears. Or,
Yes.
if everything in the room is reflected as it should be.
Everything looks as it should be.
Tell us a little more about these pedestals. Are they all identical?
Yep. They're just stone pedestals. Nothing really to say there. They're just, waist high, holds an item on display.
And there's no demarcation of like I said, they're all four identical. There's nothing that says like the mirror goes here, the thingy goes here. You know.
Yep,
Like that.
not completely unremarkable pedestals.
I sit down in the chair.
That's your solution to everything.
Or eat it.
I
Sat in the throne at Durgazeth and made
yeah.
ghost dwarfs attack.
Yeah, I mean that time it actually backfired on you. This time, luckily, it hasn't.
I'm waiting for a mimic chair, honestly.
But I definitely need to in the next place I put a chair. I need to add some sort of trap to it.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry,
Death
that'll be
trap.
the time when I just attack the chair just without provocation.
Nothing. Nothing happens. You're sitting in a chair.
Is it a comfy chair?
Yes, it's not super comfortable, but it's like cushioned and it's soft to sit on.
So
That's
you haven't been
why
able to
I
make
sat on the chair.
anything of this rest. We haven't been able to make anything of the corpse or the figure or the coffin.
What about it?
I'm inspecting it, investigating it. I don't know. Is that what the role or?
I mean, what do you want to inspect about it?
See if there's anything notable, anything noteworthy. You said that it's definitely dead, right? But that would be something to inspect. You know, medically, is this actually a dead body?
Yeah, you can do a medicine check on that.
All right. Again, I am exhausted, so not going to be good, but.
As far as you can tell, this is in fact a dead body.
Okay.
Yeah, not breathing, cold to the touch, not moving.
Colder than expected, though.
Yeah.
Right. And a source of good.
What happens if we were to take the body out and then shove it through the hole? Or are we against that?
Well,
To what aim? Like, what is the goal? What are we trying to test for here?
Well, I mean, taking it out of the coffin might do something. That's half my fault. There's that it's cold potentially because it's inside the coffin.
Right.
So we don't need to push it out through the hole. That was a bit of a joke.
Sure, as part of inspecting, we can like lift it.
I would also I would bring you maybe a step back from investigate everything mode and adventurers touching everything kind of thing, to remind you that this is in fact the corpse. It's a dead body of somebody who is like you, some sort of humanoid, looks to be human to your eyes, but it's a dead body of somebody who you are used to death and everything, but on the other hand, culturally you may not want to just do endless experiments on what to you appears to be, so far, what you've determined. It's a dead body of a person you don't know, and they just happen to be a bit colder than you would expect.
Well, but the good in particular, the divine sense of good, is what's drawing me to this. Is making me think that there might be something more here, because a dead body wouldn't ordinarily register as, the thing didn't quite register as a celestial. It's not like it's an angel that's been interred here or anything like that. But there's something here that suggests more than just it being a corpse. That's what has my attention, at least.
Yeah.
Maybe
But-
it's a
But
Snow
yeah,
White
just
situation.
just kind of consider that in terms of what kind of experimentations you want to run on this dead body.
For sure. We could try let's try swapping the positions of the items on the pedestals. In fact, there's 4 pedestals with each with 1 item on them. I don't know if that's
So far you've grabbed off of the pedestals. You've grabbed the mirror, the crystal, and the goblet. Those are all in your possession. The golden regalia is not in your possession.
I'll pick it up then.
okay.
Sure.
If there is something here that's some kind of magical stasis or something along those lines, could be connected to the items in the room.
Here's just a train of thought.
Mhm.
This man is a necromancer. He raises dead bodies. Why is there a perfectly preserved body in a hidden room?
A good one as well.
Right. Yeah, like I said, right now I'm still not fully convinced that this thing is actually dead, despite my, untrained medical examination.
What sort of things might draw a person to learning necromancy?
That's a big question.
Trying to
Oh,
Sorry,
it's a
love,
classic evil necromancers trying to summon dead wife.
Now, obviously,
Could
we
be,
have no indication
yes.
of this. We obviously don't have a way to talk to the person. That's just my thought process right now. This might be someone that he had a connection to.
These are also excellent questions you could have asked somebody.
Sure. It could be. That's you're going for more of a sort of a positive spin. The negative spin where I'd be inclined is maybe this is somebody who was about to have some kind of necromantic ritual performed on her.
It's possible.
Right. Especially given the dissonance of her resonating with good, suggests to me that she's out of place here, that she doesn't belong.
Mhm.
There's part of me that's I want to help if I can. I don't. Doesn't seem terribly possible, but all right. Have we taken a moment to inspect the walls? Because that's another thing we should do.
Yeah, I was thinking about that.
You have not?
So far, this appears to be a dead end. All right. Well, I'm in a better position to help somebody else do stuff given my state of exhaustion.
My investigation is +4 right now. Is anyone's better?
Well, Mervyn is also the one who's discovered this room, so you have some sort of you
Yes.
have the most experience out of any of you in finding these hidden dwarven rooms and doors.
I
And you
suppose it is.
Technically now have the related tools in a way.
Mhm.
Yeah. All right. So I will do
Somewhat
the
way through it,
investigation
yes.
with advantage. All right. A 20.
You look around the room. You, I guess, get up on the table and look around. And as far as you can determine, this appears to be a dead end. You don't think there's any other hidden chambers around.
All right. Let's check Did we check all of the other walls available to us in the big
the
room
first room?
and the hallway?
No.
I don't think we did anything in the hallway, but
No. Okay. Well, first let's check the west wall in the big room.
So are you all wanting to leave the little room there?
If we've picked up everything, including the skull, everything We can
You
get.
have not picked up the skull, and you are already carrying the skull of a giant dragon skull. So
Well, we've got to have proof that we killed Zixiov. Having a bunch of skulls, I think, is a pretty good way to prove it.
This is a hunch. I have no real reason to believe that this would actually work, but I want to try
Love it.
putting different items with the body.
Okay.
Mainly, I'd want to start with the mirror.
Inside the coffin.
Yeah, like maybe even if possible, like put it in her hands.
Okay.
nothing happens.
Nothing happens.
All right.
Let's try reordering the items in the pedestals.
Is breaking the wards the book, the wizard's book, something Celery has to expend resources for or need access to magic to do?
Yes. And celery is also
Okay.
not available for your use right now, so.
Got it. Understood. All right. I guess I'll leave the room to investigate the rest of the area. If someone would like to come help me.
Sure.
I'm still pretty fixated on the corpse. I want there to be a way, if there's somebody who was like about to succumb to Zixioth's rituals and whatnot, and there's a way to bring her back. The tingle of good has me kind of fixated on this, at least for the time being.
Yeah.
Can I do a medicine check on her?
Sure. To see if
there's any way, any clear signs of what would have killed her,
Mhm.
because we've been told that she's dead by a medicine check. Let's try and figure out why.
you do a relatively thorough inspection. You don't perform an autopsy or anything, but relatively thoroughly you go over and see if there's any obvious physical reasons, and you cannot determine anything. You have no idea.
So there's no cause of death, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, as far as you can tell. Obviously, there's a cause of death.
Nothing on the outside.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a world where power word kill exists, so.
Yeah.
Mervyn, as you saunter out, you jovially go out and you're like, hey, I'm gonna go investigate some more walls. I'm the wall expert. Your expertise in walls comes into play because as you kind of walk out and you look to your left to where the hallway is, where you came from, at the end of the hallway you see light, a dim light. But it appears like there is now, the hallway is open all the way to the outside.
Oh, that isn't the stairwell that we went down into the bone basement or anything. This is just a straight shot to the main entrance.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah, or the top floor entrance, possibly. We don't know.
Nope.
Oh no. Really? Okay.
That would not that would not work geometrically. You are on the floor. You are on the ground floor.
Yeah. Oh right. We went down and then we are on the ground floor. Okay. I run back to the room and I whisper to everyone, "Hey guys, there's light coming from the hallway. Daylight, I think."
Well, evening, twilight.
Right. Sure.
The sun's gone down.
Outside light.
That is positive. Try and get a way to open it.
Well, it's open.
That's what I'm saying. Is I think the door's just. Oh, I haven't gone to investigate it.
Oh.
It's creepy.
Was that your job
But-
to investigate?
Well, fine. I leave the group and I peek my head around the corner into the hallway so as not to spook the door.
Looks like a way out.
Oh, Raynard, just sling the body over your shoulder. Let's go.
You say that jokingly. I was actually going to do that. There's part
No,
of me.
I'm serious.
Yeah, no, I can't bear the thought of somebody like who could have been made into some undead horror in this place who wasn't. I'm going to start, whether truthfully or not, spinning a narrative in my head that maybe this was someone who was bound for some kind of necromantic ritual and we've saved her and she deserves a proper burial. So I'm going to take her with us.
All right.
Mm-hmm. Do you take all the other items as well?
Well, we already had them all, right?
Yeah. We have
So I would
I feel
very
like the
much.
skull's unnecessary, but we can take it too if you guys want.
I mean, I will very much say that you carrying a dead body, a giant skull, and the skull of a dragon, that is going to that will slow you down a little bit as you travel. And also, one thing to note is that as far as you know, the way down from this plateau you're on top of is to climb down, which you would not be able to do right now. So you would have to walk the long way around through a horde of undead.
Right. I'm not intending to take the body with us. I'm just intending to take it out of this fortress so we could bury it, give it a proper funeral.
I don't know. I kind of want to take her just with us because
Giant eagles.
Give me a long rest so I can summon a Pegasus. Put her on the Pegasus's back and fly off. All right. Well, in any case, taking her out of the room and taking her out of the fortress is
yeah.
I am going to gently, with care and with respect, but I'm going to take the body.
Dude, what else were we meant to do to figure out this stuff? Ask the creator of the leader of this dungeon what's what.
I don't know what you're supposed to do. Why are you asking me?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, let's. So I guess we'll exit plan is exit the fortress with all of the loot, everything, and then head off to a safe. Not go down the mountain, but head off to a safe area. Long rest, and then find a way to get down.
Oh, I don't think we want to get down yet. There's still the matter of the upper entrance. I think there's more to be explored here. I mean, I don't really take Zixioth's word that the key is just gone. I'd like to.
We haven't found the vault.
Exactly.
That is true.
Unless
Could this be the vault, though?
Could be, but it's
maybe
kind of a small vault.
I don't know. It's
one thing as well before we leave the room.
Every vault we've ever been into has stuff on pedestals.
Also, you base the existence of a vault on a random NPC, a random evil NPC saying things to you. So,
I trust Morden with my life. He seems like a really cool dude.
I think getting out of here, taking a long rest where it's safe, or at least relatively more safe, is a good idea. But I think after that, like I said, I do think there's more to be explored here.
You know how there were the skeletons around the room?
Mm-hmm.
Does the one that had a crown still have the crown? Or is that crumbled?
No, as I said, none of them have any positions.
Okay.
I also put other bones in the ears.
Well, then I'm good to go.
Yeah, same.
Right. All right, we'll exit and then a little ways away, take a long rest, and then decide if we want to go back into the fortress in the morning to explore.
Any perceptible difference in the body of this figure as we take her out? Is she still super cold?
Yeah. No difference.
Okay. Mervyn, did you want to have a debate over whether to inter her during our long rest or?
Yeah, if we can get the vine working, which is a big if, and I don't even know how we would do it. I would love for her to be investigated by our other
Can we
magical.
test a cantrip? We're outside the fortress.
It doesn't matter. Well, before we went into the dungeon, the vine portal didn't work.
Right, as far as the
But
vine
yeah,
works,
but yeah, I guess that is a good point. Once we exit, I'll test a firebolt to see if it's the arcane weave or if it was the fortress.
Your spell works.
Oh, thank God! Thank Bahamut. Okay. Okay. Well, yeah, that's good. We'll just take a long rest now.
Okay, well, that's fine. I mean, I guess we'll just leave the body here then for now, although I don't know, I mean, I'll pile a couple of rocks near it just to sort of, some sort of holy, religious significance. I don't know. It has some significance in my mind, even if it's not real.
I mean, once we know that magic works, there's a couple things that I'd want to do. First, of course, again, trying to identify everything, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah.
You've had a pretty long day.
Yeah.
So sitting down and ritually identifying 10 items is going to be a bit of a tall order.
We can just do it in the morning because it doesn't take spell slots. It's fine.
I think for today, I would allow you one.
Probably the gem we found under the throne.
Yeah, the gem from the throne.
You cast Identify on the thing, and it's not magical, as far as you can tell, based on the spell.
All right.
Yeah, not magical, no spells affecting it, yada yada. Okay.
Well, then the goblet first thing in the morning would be next on the list.
If I can ritually cast one spell as well, I'd like to ritually cast Detect Magic to just see which ones are magical.
Oh, yeah.
And also the girl.
Yeah,
Yes.
I suppose.
So your Detect Magic would recognize, I suppose, the crystal and the skull goblet as being magical in nature. The crystal would not be associated with any school of magic. The skull goblet with the school of necromancy.
Ah, wow. I never saw that one coming. Is a spellbook a magical item, or is it only if it's certain spellbooks?
I don't think it would be magical. Okay. I mean, Celery has already determined that is a wizard spellbook. You don't need to wonder about that.
No, it's just curious. Like, is a spellbook or a spell focus in general a magical item unless it's a +1 magical spellbook or something?
Yeah, it wouldn't be. It's not a magical item.
You might get some sort of a detection from like the binding of the book for abjuration or whatever, but
Cool,
Yep.
cool. But yeah, only those 2 items then. Got it.
Sorry, I stepped away. Anything from the girl? No. Wow.
Didn't get there, or it just didn't show up on detect magic, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then I think long rest, and then in the morning it's worth identifying the things we identified as magic.
And for what it's worth, I'd like to request that Salary use Tiny Hut.
Why can't you do it?
Because I got outsourced. Everything unique was taken away from me.
Yeah, you sleep in a tiny hut.
so yeah. Otherwise, basically, I just have the option of, which of course we can do in the morning as well. Because the last invocation I took was Whispers of the Grave, so I can do Speak with Dead at will.
Ooh.
So we could try with the corpse, we could try with the mystery skull.
Correct me if I'm wrong, though. Does that not prevent them from being revived normally?
No.
No. Okay.
It just means that you cannot use Speak with Dead again on them for 10 days.
Right. That's the stipulation. Got it.
And get 5 questions, and they don't have to tell the truth.
All right. Well, you you wake up in the morning, fully rested. Nobody has attacked you.
That's always a good thing.
Does it seem like anyone is waiting around the hut to attack us when it goes down?
Nope.
They were hidden, so it doesn't seem like it, but there are.
But yeah, if there are things that you wanted to try to ask this woman, if it works, we could try to do that.
Yeah.
Probably have to think of what you want to ask. But
Why were you in Zixioff's in that room? Maybe.
That would be a good starting point for sure.
well, they'll only know things that they knew when they were alive. So if she was moved there after her death, she would not know.
Could ask, what her relationship to Zixioff is.
Yeah, that's a good one.
All right. So I will
I
go
would start
ahead.
there and
Yeah, I'll go ahead and try to cast Speak with Dead on the lady.
I guess the effect would probably be something like the the corpse opens its eyes or something to signify that you have cast a spell. And that happens.
So we have 5 questions. So someone can go ahead and step up and ask.
Well, I think that was our first. What was your relationship to the wizard known as Ixiel?
Technically, Pyros is the one who has to ask the questions.
Okay, so
Sorry. Well, okay,
I'll repeat the question. Having watched the D&D movie, I was basically just trying to pose that as not
Yes.
asking a question for what we wanted to ask.
Right. Does anyone know what questions we should ask? The corpse says yes.
Um, the corpse gives no answer.
How did you die?
The corpse again gives no answer.
It's aware. It's hearing the questions. It's like you said. It's under no compulsion to tell the truth if it views us as hostile or not trustworthy.
But a corpse would usually answer something, though.
Right.
In the medical exam, we did determine that this corpse has like a mouth and like tongue to answer with, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Uh,
I wonder if it's worth asking, are you able to answer us? But again, I feel like if the thing is just going to be non-responsive, what about another one would be, is there a way to bring you back to life? Is there a way to, something along those lines? Something to engender goodwill between us and the corpse.
Do note that a corpse only knows what it knew in life, so...
Right.
Knowing how to bring itself from death would probably not be something it knew in life.
Maybe not, but even like asking the question might be a way to make it like us more. I don't know.
It doesn't have like any disposition towards you in that sense. It's not a person you can persuade. It is what it is.
Where did you live?
The corpse gives no answer.
Zixioff is dead. Does that invoke any feeling in you?
Go ahead and repeat it.
Yeah.
Still no answer.
All right. Well, seems like this isn't very helpful.
Actually,
unfortunately.
Actually, for that last question, I changed my mind. The corpse does answer. It says 2 words, but you have no idea what that language is.
Oh. Looking at her, what race? I'm sorry, someone already asked this question. What race does she appear to be?
Who wants to answer?
I don't remember us asking that
No, I
either,
don't
I'll
remember
be
asking
honest.
that.
I already described that this is, in fact, looks like a human to you.
Okay.
One question left. I appreciate that we did actually get a response. I think
Yeah.
really what we've maybe managed to learn here is that he doesn't speak our language.
Is Fritz universal speech?
She
you have
understood
to
us enough to
activate?
give an answer, I think, upon
Right.
hearing Zixioff is dead. So it wouldn't be just the name Zixioff. She has to understand us.
The first
Because-
question had the name Zixioff.
Yeah, she might have just recognized the name.
Well,
Yep, that was in the first
name was
question
in the
too.
first one, yeah.
Yeah, the name was the first question. She didn't respond. So the first
I will
question-
cast Comprehend Languages just in case we get an answer. It's a first level spell slot. Might as well burn it. Do you want our question to be? Repeat that, please.
Could you repeat that? Yes, I can. Of course, it disappears.
The thing is, we've established that I have to be the one that asks the question, so
But
it
he could
doesn't really
understand
matter
the
if she can
responses.
understand you.
But he can understand the response.
Yeah,
Right.
now I can understand the response. So
That's the point.
if we ask the same question again, do we get the same result? I mean, it has no preference to us. It'd just be us requesting the same knowledge.
What did you just say?
Good one.
The corpse unfortunately gives no answer.
Boo.
So, yeah, she couldn't understand me, but that's the fifth question, so that's it.
Yeah.
She goes back to a corpse.
Cool. I say bury her. We don't need.
Actually, can I sketch her just to have a record of what she looks like?
Sure.
Okay, before we bury her. I don't know. I have this hunch that like maybe she's super old and maybe a little
Right.
famous.
I mean, would any of us have any idea of any humans that didn't speak common?
Well, we don't know that she didn't speak Common. She might have just been an asshole.
She was
Yeah.
choosing to speak Simlish in front of us just to fuck with us.
I think we can just leave her here for now. I don't know. The question of what to do with her can be unresolved. We'll leave her next to our giant dragon skull and our giant humanoid skull.
Yeah, I would like to sketch her before we bury her or leave her or whatever.
Sure.
Does anyone speak giant for if I try to do this on the giant skull?
I have Comprehend Languages up right now.
All right,
Good point.
then. For the heck of it, let's go ahead and do it for the giant skull too. See if that works.
For reasons unclear, the spell doesn't even work.
Want to try it on the dragon skull just for shits?
Please.
If it's undead, it probably
I've
won't
got
work,
its soul. So
Yeah.
apparently.
If it's undead, it doesn't work. You're right.
It's at will, so sure, I'll try it on the dragon skull too.
Does not work.
Okay.
And then identifying the crystal and the goblet.
Hmm. Hmm. So, for the crystal, I realize I haven't actually created items for these. I'll do them later. But basically, the crystal is you determine it is an ether crystal, which basically allows you to you can use it to recover a spell slot. It is a certain number of charges in it, and recharges those charges. And yeah, you can use it to kind of recharge a spell slot. And this one, you know that they come in different forms, different powers. This one seems to be an extremely powerful one because it allows you to recover a spell slot of 7th level or lower. And the Skull Goblet. You're not completely familiar with everything relating to this, but pretty much you... Well, yeah. You pretty much you're very certain that this is a phylactery.
Okay. So we need to destroy the goblet.
Maybe he comes back in a couple days and we interrogate him at that point.
That's an option.
Oh, now Reynard's ready to talk.
No, that's what David thinks. What Reynard thinks is maybe if it's a phylactery, he'll be grown. We can continue to torture him for all eternity. But
Yeah. Since I was the one who originally rolled for stuff to know about liches, I know the phylactery holds their soul or whatever, but how does the regrowing process work?
They reform near the phylactery, yeah.
Okay. So is he basically gonna start like cocooning next to the phylactery? Or does he like...
Well, no, probably just
like
pops
up
out,
here?
appears in a weakened state, likely.
Okay.
Now, here's our really wild thought. We bring it with us, yeah. and we get him on our side to fight Walter, he can get his revenge. It's vengeance. You'd be letting him get his vengeance, and then you'd take vengeance on him.
That's a hard sell.
I mean, surprisingly, he actually like super cares about the state of the arcane weave.
I mean,
It's in his best interest.
Or it
I
seems
know, but
to.
every other
Well,
bad guy
seems
we've talked to, we've been like, but the arcane weave, it's so essential, and they're like, nah, but my stuff, like they don't care.
Mhm.
I guess the only example I can think of is the matriarch of the Drow.
True. Okay, well, I mean, certainly we'll take it with us, and like I said, I think there's unfinished business left to be done exploring the fortress here.
Let's just
Anything else
auction
we
it
got?
off. Imagine that.
Give
One
it to
lit
the guy.
phylactery.
Give it to the guy who gave us the talisman of ultimate evil.
Yeah.
Quickly used.
Oh no, genuinely though, if the guy came up to me and said, "It's time to pay your dues, give me an item of equal value," I would hand it over, no questions asked. What if he's actually like the BBEG?
All right.
well,
so
what do you want to do?
so
Actually,
I wanna-
no. I'm not going to ask what you want to do because something happens in the morning as you wake up. I guess Celery. Yeah, Celery gets a message from Ethnos, saying that they haven't been able to fix the portal at the tower, but they could with the help of Celery, and suggests that Celery might get over there and fix it.
Okay.
Is there oh, I don't know how Celery's temple thing works. Even if they had managed to set up a
Celery can just teleport to the city right next to the tower.
I see.
With the word of recall.
Yeah, we get him to foreign lawsuit.
Sorry. Is this
Oh,
likely
right.
the reason that the vine is not working then? Sorry if that's like obvious to everybody else.
It seems
Word
like they
of
have an
recall.
idea.
Yeah. I mean, word of
But that's
recall is slightly different than teleport. It doesn't have like all the caveats of what happens if it goes wrong. Although logically it should be just as dangerous.
I say we get some reward before we head off.
Or just verify that the key isn't here.
That
If Sixiop is at this point.
So
We have
what?
strong-
Hold on. What Ethnos suggested was that Celery get over there and fix the portal. You have the other side of the portal, so you can just get in once it's fixed.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Yes, that's fine. No objection to Celery going to fix the portal.
All right.
That's
Bye,
fine.
Celery.
Yeah, you four
Bye,
can do
Celery.
whatever you want.
Yeah.
So I'd like Celery comes or KJ comes back and turns out Celery is in the Underdark again.
All right, you've lost Celery.
Okay, cool.
But as
You
far
can
as
carry
the continuing-
you can carry one skull less.
Oh, Celery couldn't take the skulls?
Actually, no. No.
Oh,
Hey, can we put all our loot in the
Cart.
lantern?
Magical.
The lantern?
What?
I tried going into the lantern before when we were outside here, and I could not.
Right.
I have not tried today, but there's no real reason to believe that it would work today. Because we were at the bottom of the cliff when I tried that before, and it still didn't work.
Can we put the skulls on the cart with Fluffy?
And the body, the woman's body. I don't know. We're collecting some weird treasures so far.
I mean, yes, but you still wouldn't be able to climb down a mountain.
Okay. I can accept that.
Okay. So my justification for at this point, if we have reason to believe this is a phylactery, and the phylactery probably belongs to a lich, and Sixioth is the likeliest candidate for being a lich, him appearing to us in a weakened state, allowing us to kill him when he knows he's just going to be reborn, or at least has a belief that he would just be reborn, suggests to me that he's full of shit, makes me trust him even less about the key not being there. So renewed resolve to let's go back in the fortress and kick some things around and see if we can find what we want.
I'll say this to Reynard. I might yet apologise for punching you. And I'm ready to go look.
I hope so. I hope I've earned that. All right.
All right.
So we know
fine.
we need the upper entrance is what I think I recall it being like 60 feet up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was a solid door, no handles, no nothing.
Okay. Can we fly up and drop a rope? Get that stonemason's kit ready and
I would recommend the earth elemental be summoned this time.
Yeah.
For breaking down stuff because I mean the tools were
They
Well,
took a little bit of time.
it took a
time-
while.
last time Parsnip got blasted in the face as soon as he was on the other side of
That's
the door.
true.
Yeah, he got
So be ready for
disintegrated
that.
or something.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I have, I believe, 50 feet of rope that I could fly up there.
Let's tie two ropes together.
Or do I not even? Okay, I personally don't, but I'm sure someone has rope.
Don't we have loads of rope in the cart? Or am I imagining that?
Yep, you do.
We used it all?
There's climbing gear, but not specifically rope.
Okay. Well, as few resources as possible expended to climb up here. Because if we could just do it with climbing gear and some athletics checks or whatever, we'll do that. But then the goal is let's climb up there and drop some rope so everybody can follow.
I mean, everybody can just climb up as well.
Yeah.
Sure, let's
Okay.
just do that.
Let's do that. And then kind of, assuming we do that, take stock of the situation up there. This is still, still shut door. And I guess we begin the earth elemental. Is that the time?
Yeah, I'm going to try and summon a earth elemental.
Mm-hmm.
Did you bring up some dirt with you?
Yes.
We can go. Someone can go right down and get it.
Reminder also to update your stats.
Oh yeah.
Yep, no more Arcanium buffs or minuses.
Boo. The Arcanium's gone.
Did you take another one?
No.
Let's do another round of dark visions
Mm-hmm.
for those who need it. It's just me now that has dark vision, right? Or just Pyrus have it?
Pyrus has dark vision by default.
Pyrus has dark vision. Okay.
Tinged red instead of gray.
Very cool.
So, what do you summon?
A earth elemental.
Let's see if we end up with a Dow this time.
Okay, you've got an earth elemental.
Smash.
I tell him to smash the door down.
The Earth Elemental spends a little bit of time smashing at the door, and eventually breaks it down.
Woo! And then I tell the Earth Elemental to head down the path.
Get behind Stony.
Yeah, let's use her shield.
It heads down.
Just in case you lose concentration again, it's not anywhere near us.
Well, no. So if a disintegrate ray comes out, it dies before us.
Indeed.
And I suppose we'll follow behind it. I will cast light on my loot as well.
All right. You follow the staircase down along with the elemental, and you end up at a dead end. Basically, the staircase just goes down, and there's nothing there.
Mervyn, do you want to take a look? You know what to look for now.
Mm-hmm. And this time we have better mason's tools.
Yes, I shall investigate.
I'm happy to help since I was the assistant last time.
Perfect. I shall roll with advantage. And I will add my first flash of genius for the day to bring that up to a 23.
So the stairs kind of just end in nothing, so it seems almost obvious that there is something here. But even with that knowledge, you are unable to determine any way forward.
Sounds like Earth Elemental Smash.
Yeah, just
start
forward.
smashing.
Forward is the direction I tell the elemental to start smashing.
It too is going to take a long while. How long does it last? It lasts for
An hour.
hour. Well, that would not be enough to get through the wall, if it was the same thickness of wall as before.
Right. Let's instead say then go down into the floor, because I don't know, maybe it's an extra staircase down.
Mm-hmm. It starts smashing at the floor, at the stairs and breaking them. And I guess you just stand there and wait.
How far into the wall would we have to kind of excavate to tell whether or not there's something on the other side?
Well, that's impossible to say because you don't know how thick the wall is.
Right, but just based on the thickness of construction that we experienced last time.
Well, for the previous one, the previous one was like 5 feet, and that took you several hours with your tools. And this Earth Elemental is going to would probably do it in like, I don't know, like 1/2 or 1/4 of the time, but it would still take time.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you let it work, and eventually it disappears without having made any discoverable hole or anything. It has made progress smashing the floor, so there's a lot of loose stone at the bottom of the staircase now.
He's now made the materials for a brother.
It's true. I wonder if it's worth going and fetching a dwarf.
Yeah.
That, or he
Yeah.
was telling the truth, and a wizard came and stole it.
I don't know how we could divine that from just not being able to find a secret passage. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's obviously some kind of passage system at work here that we just haven't really kind of figured out how it works.
Well, what's just baffling to me is the idea that there's no way to open the stuff mechanically.
Right.
Like,
That you know of.
yeah, I
Right.
know. Yeah.
Sure. All right. Well, part of me is thinking go outside, summon Greater Steed, hop on Pegasus, go flying around looking for a dwarf, bring them back here while we continue to work on the stone. I don't know. I don't want to give up. I feel like there's something to be found here.
As do I. I mean, there's definitely got to be something down this tunnel. There can't just be a dead end and nothing.
So, spatially speaking, one theory that you could have of where this staircase leads is down to that hallway that leads to the throne room.
But I mean, like, this fortress is massive, and what we stepped into was one hallway. Is the supposed rooms on either side of the hallway just dead space? Is that what or should there be doors to connect there? Like,
Start with the question of, like, just judging from the outside, how big does this fortress seem? I mean, the bone zone room by itself suggests that this is quite large.
I mean, from the outside, it's not that big, but that's really no indication of how large the structure may be, because it is embedded in the mountain.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Okay.
Mm.
There's clearly more to be found here. All right. Well, my best, I don't know, plan at this point is hop on Flying Mountain, go bring a dwarf up here.
How are you going to convince a dwarf to come to Zixiof's castle?
money.
Yeah. I mean, I have a piece of Zixiof's crown. I don't know. That's a problem for once I find the dwarf, depending on what their disposition might be. But yeah, I don't know. Do we have any better ideas? I think other than that, it's just
Wait for
continue
Celery to get the portal fixed.
I mean, it'll take Celery longer to travel from Farn Lawson to the tower.
I mean,
Would
I
it?
also have multiple spell slots.
It'll take him a couple of days. I mean, I thought this was a magic.
I know you don't have your maps, but
it won't take him 2 days to get from Farn Lawson to where our tower is.
I say let's just stone elemental away. We've now got a magical item that restores spell slots. So.
Oh yeah. I also have I have Stone Shape. And now we have more than 2 uses of it because of that spell slot restoring thing. If we pick a area that we're like really confident about,
Mm-hmm.
I think stone shape is good because we've consistently been told that 5 feet thickness.
How far away, as the crow flies, would
Um,
be a village where I would be likely to be able to find a dwarf?
So first of all, to the point of 5 feet, that is again just the wall that you broke down. That's what I said was 5 feet. So you don't know if whatever's before you is 5 feet and then there's emptiness.
Yeah.
In terms of, I mean, like I've said, you have some villages around your current location. Whether they have dwarves or not is a
Right.
mystery.
Yeah, closest big
But those
town was
villages
3 days
are
away.
reachable. 3 days away by foot, but we can fly. Yes, I can.
Yeah, it might make it a little faster.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, we're not spending a week. By that point, the stone elemental could probably just do a lot. The hope was something that was a little closer.
I'd like to investigate the walls of the hallway we came down to see if there's any places to go to other rooms.
While we're
Which
looking
hallway?
around,
Oh.
Which
You
hallway?
mean the stairwell?
Oh, not the stairwell. Like definitely not where there's an incline. The hallway we came in.
So you came in from the top door, and from that there is just a staircase down.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I guess this. Yeah, I guess I'll check this stair. Maybe I'll go outside and check the exterior walls.
not really expecting much from this because we already know it's non-magical, but the idea running through my head is just as we're looking around, Pyros wants to hold up the gem from underneath the throne, just like to his eye, to look around the room.
Nothing happens.
It's a good idea.
Oh wait, hang
on.
on.
All right. Well, if I take off then and go flying toward the nearest village while we begin our excavation up here, about how long would I estimate round trip?
The nearest village?
Sure.
A few hours.
Didn't we already go to the nearest village?
Yes.
Do we remember seeing any dwarves there?
No.
Or I think it was mostly humans and an elf.
Yeah, I remember the elf, and I remember most of the humans. It's not like we met everybody in the village. All
I think
right.
by
Well,
village it's also like 6 houses.
Right. Yeah, it's a village. Some farms. Okay. Well, I think I'm gonna start there. Unless there's a reason not to do that or a better idea.
No, we have sending as well, so get out of here, I say.
I'm gonna cast Find Greater Steed.
The party's splitting up hardcore.
Yes.
Yeah, this is.
I'll be back.
This is when Zixioff comes.
Oh, when the phylactery reanimates? Could be.
This is true. We never actually even asked the skeleton if he was Zixioth. You kind of get the idea since, the vow of enmity was automatic. But
that could have just been strength of conviction on my part.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's true. Fair point. He did seem to know an awful lot for just a random guy.
Well, he could have been Zixioff's lieutenant. He could have been Morden,
yeah. But yeah, I mean, like in the previous session, I thought maybe the dragon was actually Zixioth because I thought, undead dragon, Dracoliches are strong, and it would make sense that no one's ever seen him if he's a dragon. But
for sure. All right. Well, I'm gonna hop on the Pegasus back, fly to the nearest village, or fly in the direction of the nearest village, and then we'll just kind of take it from there.
Okay. And what do the others do then?
I'm going to go get some clay and just have a big pot of it so I can use some when I need to. And I'm going to, using all the spell slots I have, try and get back to the big deep pit with all the skeletons in there. Because the goal is to get there and then put them to rest somehow. Because
Wait, so that's going to be because we're on the elevated level now, right? We're on the
yeah, so
upper
go
level.
back down to
We're
the
going
ground
to-
floor and then
Yeah,
go
yeah.
back the way we came to get in there, breaking down all those walls where I know there is a pathway of some sort of form, and yeah, it might take a while, but Stone Elemental is going to do what Stone Elemental is going to do.
I'd like to investigate the exterior of the upper level for secret passageways. The exterior walls of the upper level.
How about Pyros?
15.
It's not really a whole lot I could do right now, I guess, other than helping Mervin.
Okay, I'll roll it again. Oh, sorry, is that what you're doing?
Yeah.
You
Not
won't roll again, though, because you already rolled.
Okay, never mind. Doesn't matter. I didn't do better.
So me
You
do a
can't,
separate one then? Or
if you want.
sure, why not? Slightly better.
Well, I guess the thing with the most immediate feedback is the fact that, well, first of all, Fred, you start working on the front gate, I guess. But yeah, Mervin and Pyros, you don't find anything.
Hmm.
I want to see if we
Not
can
even
find
any windows in this place.
Nope.
Once Frid busts through the ground level front door, I'd like to check that. Wait, was that just? I remember that being a hallway and then stairs down.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
But we
Okay,
didn't really investigate the walls or anything.
Yeah.
You did already investigate those walls, actually.
Oh, we did. Yeah, you're right. When we
The first time you were there.
Thinking about it probably would have already been a problem right now if it was an issue, but thinking about it now, since flying through the air, is the Horde of the Undead still on the passage up to the mountain, up to the fort here?
Good question.
Reynard does see still a group of a swarm of things there.
Hmm.
They don't seem to really be moving.
Nope. Well, eventually you break down the front door. And the hallway that you open up is considerably shorter than before.
Oh.
Hmm.
I suppose that's a fake wall then. I'm assuming. So I will get this elemental or summon another one if I need to try and break through that wall, and that'll take a while.
Sure.
I'm going to bring a dwarf up here, and we're just going to see what we've done with all these elementals and be like, oh my god. What are you doing?
Yeah, there's a button right here.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you start on that. Reynard, you eventually fly over to the nearest village, and you can already see when you are flying over that all the people that you see out there, they rush inside their homes.
Mm-hmm.
And as you land, one elf comes to face you with a
Recognize this elf?
yes, a not very impressive sword, and they look at you. Their hand is trembling, and they say, "Why are you coming back here? I told you to leave us alone."
Right. So, calling out with excitedness, Zixioff is dead, been slain by our hand. We need help. We need a dwarf. We need someone who would be familiar with the stonework to help us excavate. There's treasure in it, but regardless, rejoice. Your freedom is at hand. We've slain the tyrant.
The elf says, "We've heard these lies before. You won't take us again."
Look, and I show him a piece of Zixioff's crown, a trophy taken from the head of the tyrant.
The elf looks at it, kind of curious, and for a moment, kind of ponders and says, "That could be anything. I don't know where that's from. What does that prove?"
Find me a dwarf. Find me someone who can help us excavate the fortress, and we'll return with proof enough in the form of riches, artifacts of power. It's there to be had.
The elf says, "We're simple farmers. Why would we want artifacts of power? If you want to find a dwarf, Targon is that way, as I said. Leave us be."
Are there any dwarven families or any farmers, anyone closer? It is a matter of haste.
Why don't we roll a persuasion check?
Sure.
That's good for someone who's not Frid.
There it is. The elf looks at you for a moment and ponders and says, I don't know. Maybe to the north. Maybe. I'm not sure, though. Targon, you would definitely find dwarves there.
All right. Targon is to the east, right?
Yeah.
But it's several days to the east.
Yeah, it would take you like flying there would be probably like 2 days.
2 days. Okay. Well, we'll try to go to the north then. Before I go, I'm going to kind of remount. I don't know that I ever even dismounted, but before I leave on Pegasus, tell the guy that this is a time of celebration. Your freedom is at hand. Should be a feast day. Have everyone dress in their best and celebrate. You may not believe me now, but you'll come to see the truth of my words, and you'll remember this day. And then I'll take off on my bird, heading north, or not my bird, my Pegasus, heading north, looking for any homesteads or farmsteads that I can land on, and ask for directions to the dwarves.
So, towards the north, you also see a village, but that one you would also determine at this point you would probably reach that. Like you would probably have to rest for the night before getting there.
Oh, before arriving?
Yeah. It's far enough away.
I guess that's the plan then.
is your plan to sleep just outside?
Yeah, sure. Commit camp. Just use the Pegasus, find somewhere that looks relatively sheltered, relatively, I don't really know the terrain, but
Pretty much
find
open
something that
plains,
looks
but
reason- Say again?
pretty much just open plains.
Open plains. Okay, well, that's fine. Find somewhere that looks promising and take a rest.
Mm-hmm.
Are we sure that we want to wait for the Lich to come out of the phylactery again?
As opposed to trying to just destroy it.
Because he talked about how he had tied himself to the arcane weave, and that's why he was weakening. And obviously, in the room that we found him and that we found the phylactery, no one could cast magic. We have since taken it out of there and proven that the magic still works, so it may be gathering more power.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
That is a very interesting theory that it was all a ruse to get us to take the phylactery out of its prison. Theoretically.
That's possible. It was also possible that he just wanted to trick us and hope that we didn't find the room.
Yeah, that's my thought.
Yeah.
He just wanted us to go away, essentially.
I honestly could believe that he was beaten by Walton Rich, but he might have been still. If it takes a few days for him to recover, he might have already have recovered, and that was his weakened state. And then he might have wanted to just die again and then recover later.
I don't
possible.
know if it was his intent for us to take it out or not. What I'm saying is that he may be stronger the second time around.
True.
So do we?
You're right.
Want
We should
to
just
let him
leave it.
revive?
We should leave phylactery
destroy
inside
it.
his castle and just leave it.
Use the stone elemental to just burrow the phylactery underground and bury it.
We could just break it.
Yeah, we could break it.
Sure. I mean,
There's so much knowledge we can get from it.
There are obviously things that it knows that we would like to know, but the idea is the risk worth it?
We tell everyone we've killed Zixioff. They get happy. Zixioff returns.
There's also the possibility that everything that like the undead are still undead because the phylactery hasn't been destroyed. And if it is destroyed, maybe, the skies will turn blue again. The birds will turn blue.
But I mean, undead are just undead, right? I don't know that it's like tied to their creator.
Yeah, I don't know that either. I was just hoping.
Sure. Well, I will say, if you guys want to interrogate or make deals with Zixioff, best do it while I'm finding dwarves. Because I mean, realistically, Reinhardt is just going to attack as soon as he sees it.
Well, in the time, for the rest of the day, basically, as things go, you keep hammering away at this wall, but you don't seem to be getting through to anything. There just seems to be more stone.
Curious.
More wall behind the wall.
Then I guess I go to sleep, feeling disappointed.
I think I would be discussing that whole train of thought with Mervin and Frid, because I'm concerned about letting this thing just go through time.
I see both
kind of an
sides.
interesting thought that, now that we've gotten it out, now the fortress is trying even harder to keep us from getting in.
Are there any spells I know that can help? So I've used all my 5th and above spell slots to hammer away. Could you use a charge of dark vision on me, please?
Oh, right, it's a new day. Yeah.
Then I would clairvoyance into the places that we've been, namely the bone room, where the stairs, the entrance stairs were.
Mhm.
And then do I just see what was last there, or has it changed at all?
Yep, the bone room is just as it was.
Okay. Am I able to look on the upstairs plateau where there was a door that we'd broken through and then we hammered away going down the staircase?
Mhm.
Could I try and look just on the other side of that wall, or is that not familiar?
I mean, it's an obvious place to look.
So then I would like to look there then.
Your spell doesn't work.
My spell doesn't work. Right.
As in, most likely you just tried to clairvoyance a solid wall.
Right. Okay. Any other use of clairvoyance, guys?
Other than picking a direction that you think there might be something in, I don't know. I personally think we may have tried as hard as we can on the fortress
Without dwarves, yeah.
without dwarves.
Okay.
It does seem tough to just drill holes in doors rather than opening them. You know?
What I will do though, before we go to sleep, is I'll do a sending to Reynard, because I don't know. He said he was coming back with a dwarf, but he's not back with a dwarf. So I'll say, where are you? ETA. Should we kill Phylactery? Nice and concise.
Overwhelming yes, destroy phylactery, and sleeping en route to a village that might have dwarves. We'll be back in the
Okay.
morning.
I'll relay that to the group.
Out of character, I don't know if we should kill the phylactery, but Reynard certainly thinks we should.
Out of character, I think we should keep Phylactery around as well.
Yeah.
In character, I think Frid's the kind of idiot that would keep the Phylactery alive as well.
Right.
But I also do understand that it's probably wiser to, let the Lich be dead.
Yeah. My thinking is either he has more to tell us, or he was being truthful. If he's being truthful, there's nothing in the fortress that we want. And if he has more to tell us, why would he tell us more?
True.
So, like, what's the point of?
Well, he was willing to tell us stuff. That's the thing.
He was willing to talk.
Yeah.
Tell us stuff doesn't necessarily mean to be truthful.
He was willing
fact
to
that he
talk
was-
to us, and then he was beheaded.
But the fact, I don't know, the nature of that death, where it's like he has a phylactery, we don't know that at the time. And he's thinking, oh, I'm weakened. I guess I'll allow you to kill me. He seems to not really give a shit that he was going to die. He didn't care.
Yeah.
And so that doesn't seem to me like he's like, why would he be truthful? Why would he be telling us anything? He's not beholden to us for any reason other than just wanting us to go away.
Yeah.
I guess we killed
Why
his
would
family.
why would he give us what we want? And even if he did want to give us what we want, he can't, because he can't give us any details about the wizard that stole the key.
Your point is, if he's being truthful, then he's useless, and if he's lying, why would he stop lying?
Yeah, that's exactly my point. Why?
Because he thinks he's better than us. He can tell us the truth because he's underestimating us.
It's possible.
I guess, yeah, if you want to try and like
The typical villains conceited in themselves and their abilities. Where's the villain monologue, huh? Where's the villain monologue?
Right.
The villain monologue
mon-
was killed.
he monologued pretty good.
Yeah.
He got some
Yeah,
few things in
the
there.
wall helped. I think the prudent thing to do is to just destroy the thing if we can, and explore the fortress if we can.
Yeah.
But there is a curiosity that says it would be, interesting to explore.
Okay. Here's what I propose: we leave it till next week with KJ to get his thoughts, and resume with this in the morning / next week.
Is KJ back next week?
Yeah, I guess
Should
you
be, yeah.
technically would need to do another sending to Celery to get his idea on it.
Yeah.
True. We could start there. How phylactery should we kill?
Yeah, so I guess I have 3 4th level spell slots. Let's just say I'm going to use them before we sleep to speak with Celery about do we destroy it or not. And hopefully 3 is enough.
Sure. All right. I think that's it then for today. So we leave at a time where the party is geographically somewhat scattered, with 3 of you in an evil fortress without magic and with a phylactery of a powerful lich that could pop out and kill everyone, and some other assorted unknown objects. So, what could go wrong?
Do you want a list or?
Don't worry, I'll be making it. I'll be making a
there.
list for next week. I'll make a flowchart of all the ways this can go wrong. All right, but thanks for playing today, and see you next time then with the full party.
Bye, everyone.
Bye bye. There we go. Hello, Lucy. Thank you for watching on Twitch as well. So that's it. As said, more of this not tomorrow. Next week, and yeah, I'll send you over to Commander. Commander's doing a charity stream for Humane Society Texas, raising some money for problems such as overpopulation of dogs and such. You'll get a better explanation there. But we'll go over there, we'll say hi, and if you can give it to the charity, then that's of course great. Bye.